Hello? Oh my god, is that the Shinobi the Goat stream right now? Open is that a boy smell? I smell it. I smell a boy. What is the boy doing here? Welcome in, Yoshi. Welcome. Is that a gamer girl smell? Ooh, indeed. Ooh, indeed. Hold on, let me tie my hair. I'm here cause of you. Cause of me. What did I do? Did I point a gun in your head? Did I tie you up? Am I filming you right now, live streaming? So make sure you watch me stream. Haha. Huh? Am I in your closet right now? Threatening you? Alrighty. Hello everyone, my name is Shinobi and I am a goat, and today we're gonna be continuing Resident Evil. Yep. I don't know, I feel like it's been so long since I streamed. I think it's been like 4 days. Or like since I streamed Resident Evil. Or like since I did a solo stream. Cause I feel like my past couple streams were collabs, you know? Group streams. Oh god. Oh god. Alrighty. Also, today's a Sunday stream. I don't usually stream on I don't usually stream on Sunday. So it's a very special. Also, I was gonna start stream yesterday at like midnight just for fun, but I don't know. I got hung up on playing games. Oh my god! Is that a bad goat? Yes, you're holding me at gunpoint and you have me tie up and and recording it. I don't know. I got hung up on playing games. Yeah, mom. I saw you on League this morning.
Shinobedance.
Thank you for the resub, Volk. Thank you. Welcome in. How is everyone? How is everyone's day? 9 months? Oh god, 9 months? Oh god. I'm running on 30 minutes of sleep. 30 minutes of sleep? Mom? Oh my god. Yeah, I was up all night and then I was playing Valorant and I saw Buns on League. It was like 6 in the morning for me. Oh my goodness. And the 30 minutes of sleep was my lunch at work. Oh no, Mom! What are you doing? Oh, here we go. 4 actually? 4? What? Oh my god. Tired? Lol was up at 5 a.m. today. 5 a.m. today? Oh my god. I could never wake up that early. If I'm up at 5 a.m. it's because I didn't sleep. So pretty much I just got a nap. 4 a.m. for you? Oh my god, Buns. This is crazy. Oh my god. I slept. Okay, I went to sleep at like 9 something. And I woke up at like 1 p.m. Yeah, I slept for like 4 hours. It was good. It was a good sleep. You know? I'm gonna pull another all-nighter today. All-nighter stream. I've been up for almost 24 hours? What? But Mom, why? Why were you up? It's been so long since I've done this. Yeah, why did you stay up? Like on a work night too? What were you doing? Playing League all night? The last time is a funeral? Oh my god. Oh my god, I hate funerals. Whenever there's a funeral, I had to wake up super early too. 3 years ago? Wait, the funeral was 3 years ago? Wait, the last time you did an all-nighter was 3 years ago? Oh my god. Oh my god. Shit. Oh my god. And I ended up saying, screw it, and stayed up. What? Oh my god, you should start staying up every single day, you know? No sleep, you know, just stay up all day, all night. You get so many hours, you know, of the day to do stuff, you know? Like last night, I played games, I played another game, and then I played another game. And then I did laundry in the middle of the night. And then, what did I do? I watched a movie, I finished a K-drama. Oh my god. Oh my god, I did all of that in one night. It's crazy, so productive, guys. And another one, and another one, yeah, another one. I mean, to be fair, I only played them for like an hour and a half each, you know? Oh, and I was playing Valorant on like Asia servers, cause why not? And the people in JP, like in Tokyo, they're so nice. I was like Googling my Japanese skills. I was like, "Gomenasai, arigato," and they were all like, "Oh my god, you're so kawaii desu ne." Yep. And dirty laundry, yeah. Okay. I said I was gonna finish my laundry today, guys, but I never did. I never even touched it. Also, I need to like clean out my closet so I could put all of my art stuff away, because I mean, I'm not taking like an art class right now, so like painting class, so I don't need my paints anymore, and I gotta like make room to put them away. But I don't have room in my closet because my closet it's so packed. Yep. Also, guys, I did not drink a Monster today. Recently, I've been drinking a whole lot of water. Oh my god, there's so many water. What are you hiding in your closet? What am I hiding in my closet? Oh, would you like to know? Wink, wink. My panties, of course. You perv! Oh my god, Yoshi! You're actually hydrating? Yeah. Yes, I would like to know. Shendor exposed me. Shush. Yeah, I mean, I have my guitars in there, my skateboard, my longboard, my clothes, of course.
Give the rain cloud a little hug. And make a nice happy rainbow. Yeah, chat. See, you can make a nice happy rainbow. That's unexpectedly poetic. Is it?
Is Yoshi Clips? Thank you for the shout out, Mom.
Yeah,
thank you.
I just need to get better at expressing my own feelings.
What is this? Yoshi?
There's no such thing as a foot rainbow.
A foot rainbow? Foot? Why is it always about feet? Oh, Friendrare! Welcome in, welcome in. How is your day, Friendrare? Oh my gosh, can I get a shout out for Friendrare too? Buns? What the fuck? What do you mean, what the fuck? What the fuck, Friendrare? Thank you for the head pads. I'm starting work. You're working?
What's
my
that
God.
trap they're doing?
Oh, it's in Minecraft.
Lily!
What?
What?
Haven't you heard? We have like a new mobs that can literally trap those inside.
It's trapdoor.
Yes, and their names are like Lilibeth, right?
No.
I love Lily. No, why? Why not? Why not? I would do one roulette for you too, Shay. What? For me? Oh my god, please no. You're another queen. Imposter. Is that the chicken wing? The chicken wing chewing? How is your day, chewing? Welcome in. What is this? Oh my god. Yeah, guys, I'll bark. Just ask. I'll bark. Meow. Kayla is the queen. Kayla is the queen. Oh my god, what am I then? Am I the jester? That's okay. Kayla could be the queen. I hate responsible. I hate responsibility, guys. Anything, like any bad things you guys do, it's not my fault. I'm not the queen. Blame it on Kayla. Oh my goodness. Good day, lots of shinies. Oh yeah, today was okay. You know, I was so surprised. Today was actually pretty cold. It was like good weather. It was like windy, but like, you know, bright outside, and it wasn't like hot. I love it. I love it. It was like a day at the beach. I need to get rid of some clips. Ah, I see, I see. Honestly, me too. I think Buns or like Mom made like 20 clips of the same clip, and like he like messed up on all of them, and I need to like delete them. Yeah. Not the false prophet who has taken the crown. Are you calling me the false prophet? What? Okay, guys, what exactly is the prophet? Like, a prophet is just like... Can somebody explain what they do? Don't they just like tell the story or something? You know? Like the lore? Like a prophet is a lore teller? Or no? I messed up like 10 times for one clip. Yeah! Exactly! For like 5 clips. Yeah, I know! Yeah, I need to go check and clean it out. It's gonna be like one lonely mom, one lonely mom, one lonely mom. And it was like the same title and everything. And I need to find which one he actually saved. Okay, chewing. A profit is a financial gain, especially the difference between the amount earned and the amount spent in buying, operating, and producing something. Wow. Wow, I did not know that. Oh my gosh, thank you for explaining. Oh my god, my mind is blown. Oh my gosh. Guys, you learn something new every single day. Oh my goodness. Like selling your feet pic... Selling my feet pics? Would you buy chewing? I need to make a profit. Yeah. Are you a consumer, please? And hand pics? Comparing your 6 centimeters? Wait, what do you mean centimeters? It's inches. Comparing your 6 centimeters hands to your 11-inch feet. Wait, hold on. Let me measure my feet. Hold on, guys. I got my measuring tape, you know. Oh my god. Not gonna lie, guys, my feet is only like 8.5 inches. 8.5. 8.5. Almost 9. You know? I mean, if I wear shoes, probably 9. Yeah. Prophet is a person who is a proclaimer of the will of God. I'll buy handpicks. Handpicks? Oh my god, you sussy, mom. Me too. I'll buy handpicks too. You know? I said who is a person twice? Oh yeah! I thought you did it on purpose. Clown feet? What do you mean clown feet? Chewing. Chewing, don't you wear like a size like 11 or something? What do you mean? Should I just show my feet right now, huh? Huh? Put some socks on and do like a feet cam, huh? Huh? No. I'm just kidding, guys. I won't. Not yet. Shove that inside of you. What? Hey yo! Hey yo! 9.5? 9.5? Oh my god, wait, chewing. You have baby feet. I'm just kidding. I think that's pretty average, right? 9.5 for like men, especially your height. It's chewing is like what, 5'9"? No, chewing is like 5'7". You showing feet? No, I'm not. No. For free? No. Also, Shen, I sent her some pics and she said, I was thought, oh my god, did she really? Mom! Oh my god, mom, you better get some. Oh my god, you better get some. Oh my god, you're getting some. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Congrats, mom. Your future wife right there. Don't jinx it. 5'6". Oh, you're 5'6". Damn, you're so much shorter than I remember. What? Okay, I pay money. No. No. Not yet, guys. Not yet. Wait till I make an OnlyFans account. Okay? Oh my goodness. Let's go. What do you mean, let's go, Chewy? Oh my god, you guys. But she really liked them? Oh, nice. Oh my god, Buns. Is she cute? Is she really cute? Oh my god. Oh my god. Are you gonna show me, Buns? Oh my god. Damn, I tried, chat. Yeah. You tried. Womp. NT. GT. Good try. You want to see them toe beans? My toe beans? Do I look like a cat? Huh, guys? Do I look like a cat to you? OF? Of what? Of question mark? What do you mean of? Like OnlyFans of my feet. That's what I mean. To me, she's cute. Oh my god! That's so cute! Buns! Oh my god! That's so cute! my gosh. You guys. Oh my god, I'm rooting for you, mommy. Have you ever held a foot? Interlace your fingers between her toes. Huh? What do you mean? Like you're interlocking your hands with feet? With your toes? Like like how you interlock. What? Wait, that's amazing. What? Chewy? What? Huh? What? Wait, do you like that, Chewy? Wait, that's so weird. That's like, huh? Okay. Oh my god. That's so weird. What the Yeah, I love it. Oh my god. Oh my god. I learned something new about Chewing today. He likes interlocking his hands with toes. That's that's cool. Also, it's so cute. Apparently, when she gave me flowers, she saw me smile and she decided she wanted to keep seeing me. And I saw her smile because I smiled and I wanted to keep seeing her. Oh my god, that is like some kind of K-drama. Gross, Buns. Oh my god. Love at first sight? Get out of here, you little freak. You wholesome bastard. Oh my goodness. We both started like each other because we smiled at each other. Oh my god! Love at first sight? Get out of here! You cliche book, get out of here! Oh my goodness. Second lead all the way? Well, bad news, mom. The second lead never gets the girl. Sorry. He's second for a reason. That's crazy. Oh my god, it's actually love at first sight. Oh, gross. Make it enemies to lovers. That's way better. Alright. Should I start a game now? Oh my god. I'm gonna take a sip of water. Okay. Hopefully I could finish Resident Evil tonight or like in the morning. All right, today is gonna be an all-nighter. Resident Evil, more like Yapin Evil. You're evil. Also, when we called, we were like, yeah, we're friends. And then 10 minutes. Oh my god! Did you tell her the line I told you to say? Why don't we take away that platonic part? Lip bite. You know? No, you should. Yeah. You see me right now? I'm a bad goat. Demon Shinobi right now. Alright. Honestly, it's been so long since I played this. Hopefully, my reflexes are in top notch. I forgot what I was doing though. Oh, I got the shield key, right? The armor key? Okay, the armor key. The mansion key? Wait, what is the mansion key for though? No, lol. But she said she wanted to call me darling. She's part British. Oh my god, wait, she's British? Oh my god! She tells her to go drink some water. And that's a, you know, saute. And I said I'll call her Belle, as in Belle. Bill and the Beast? Oh, Beauty and the Beast! Oh my god! Wait, that's so cute! Oh my god, Mummy in Love? Yeah, I know, right? Mummy in Love. Oh my god, that's so cute. Oh my god, get out of here. Why are you here bragging to me? Go talk to her right now! Oh my goodness. I am in love? Fine, I'll leave now. Yeah, go talk to her, tell her you love her. You know? Go on a date? Oh my god. Wait, did you guys go on a date already? You know, take her to the cafe that you took Kenny on a date. Wait, why can't I open this? Okay. We are texting. Her parents don't want her to be on the phone all day. Oh my god! Wow, wow. That's cute, that's cute. She's kinda like you. Like a female mom. Oh my goodness. No, we planned one. It will be a secret date. A secret date? Why a secret one? Why is it secret? Like, she's not gonna tell her family? Or like her friends or anything? Okay, I'm gonna go over here. We are very similar. Yes, I'm not telling you about either. What? Wait, why not me? I wanna know, Buns. Why can't I know? What? No details? Okay. I can fantasize. You know? I like fantasizing. You know, I'm kinda delulu. I'm used to it. We have reasons? Is it sussy? Is that why? You guys are sussy little demons? Oh shit. Oh my god. Wait, I don't have my gun. Out. I don't have my gun out? Equip. Okay. Oh my god. Sure, fantasize? And spend 30 minutes fantasizing? Alright, alright. I will. Yeah, I will. Oh, you saw that? Shotgun. Oh. Headshot. Oh, fuck. Ah! Oh god, kill. Is he alive? Oh, no, he's dead. Fuck. Am I gonna die? Okay. It's fine. Did I go here yet? I honestly... Oh wait, this is the elevator! Oh wait, I can just take this. Yes, I'll take the green herb. Record and send it to me? What? Yeah, I will. I sure will. Have fun on the secret date? Yeah, Mom, have fun on the secret date. Let's combine with this one. Okay. I think that's everything in this room. Honestly. Yeah, okay. You better do it. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. I'm super shy. I'm camera shy. Shane wants to dirt wheel so bad. Hey, probably not dirt wheel, okay? You know, I'll keep a good distance. You know, I just wanna peek. Okay? She says as hand cam turns on. Oh, yeah. Did someone say hand cam? Oh my god. No shit, what's the three-way? The more the merrier, right guys? You can ask Yoshi to join. It'll be a four people orgy. Since she's bi too, you can probably join. Oh my god! Hey yo, is she single? Hey yo. You want me to steal her away from you, Buns? Hey yo. PG-13. Yeah, this is a very PG Shinobi stream. Yeah. Alright, courtyard. Okay, am I here already? Here. I need the tokens. And then, how do I get here? Mansion? Oh wait, I need to go here too. Do I? I honestly don't remember. Yeah, we're just writing a story. Writing a story? Story? Oh my gosh. Is Sussy story? Is it gonna be of the smut genre? Okay, I don't want to go back to the courtyard. Resident. Can't go here. I think I only have like one token, I think. Oh wait. Did I go here already? Hold on. In this room? Okay, we're gonna go here. How do I get there? Yeah, a PG-13 story. Yeah, a PG-13. Yeah, everybody over the age of 13 could read it. About two lovers and a woman trying to separate them. Oh, so you're calling me a homewrecker? Am I the homewrecker now, huh? Buns? Oh my god. I'ma sue you for defamation. You know? Over here. This way. Oh my god, is that Javier? Oh my god. Hola Javier, ¿cómo estás? ¿Cómo estás? ¿Estás muy bien? Hi my beloved Shannon guys. Hello. How are you? Yep, we're doing Resident Evil again. Well, I'm trying to finish it, so we will see. Yeah, I'm gonna go down. Lies? What do you mean lies? Oh, why would she open the door? Okay. You would break up a home knowing you'll be a millionaire the next day. You know? Yeah. I would. You know? If it's for money. I would totally do it. Okay. Where did it? It's over here. Okay. This room, right? This room, right? Todo bien aquí? How are you? No, not. Could I pass right now? I was going to play Overwatch, but I saw the notification. Oh, nice. Overwatch. Oh my god, what the hell? Fuck, I'm dead. I'm so dead. help. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Anyways, nice Overwatch. I love Overwatch. Yeah, I play Maui or like the big guy, the big Moana guy, the tank. He's so fun to play. Oh, I see goat. Oh, I see chaos. Is that the dark chaos? Oh my gosh! How are you, chaos? Welcome in. Welcome in. How is your day? You know what? I'm gonna. Damn. Night reception. Thank you. Thank you. I'm about to die. Oh god. You do be nice, nice. I'll be well. Just watch my anime for the night. Oh, nice. What anime? What anime are you watching? Oh, thank you for the shout out, Buns.
You guys are giving away.
Oh shit, that's me. I thought you shout out chaos.
All right. It's not harem. It's not. It's not.
Oh, it's lagging.
Alright,
It's lagging.
guys,
It's
not.
lagging. Yeah, it's not a harem, guys. It's not a harem.
Because it's not scary enough to be a back room. Who said the back room gotta
Way to
be?
go.
Gotta be scary. Wink.
Oh my god. I watched Jobless Reincarnation and Demon Slayer. Oh my god, Jobless Reincarnation. Oh yeah, the second part of it came out, right? Fuck. Why are they everywhere? Oh my god. I still need to watch it. I didn't really like the first part because the first part was like about him getting, you know, getting. Fuck! I died. Yeah, the first part was about him getting his you know, his dirty leg up, you know. It's not a harem, it's a BL. Like, guys, there's girls in the Discord now. It can't be a BL no more. Come on, you know this. She's sleeping? Me? Am I sleeping? No. I'm dead. Okay. No, Jill? Yeah, Jill died. She's... Oh my god, I don't know. Jill... Jill... I wish she could fight better. Do I have my... Do I have shotguns? Incendiary shells. Grenade launcher. I could use the grenade, right? Incendiary. How about this? Do I need this? Okay, we're gonna go kill that bastard. Watch. Equip. Reload. Oh, it won't let me reload. It won't let me reload. Hold on. Do I have to open it first? Grenade shells? Wait, how do I reload the... Oh, do I have to combine it? No way. Hold on. Combine. Oh, okay. Okay. I go here. Hold on. Let me get the other shells. If you have the 3 crest, you can have the magnum. 3 quest. Hold on, let me check. forgot where I left off last time. I got the wind one, and I think that's the only one I got. Empty bottle, self-defense gun. I got this one, stone and metal object. Are they the same? This one? And this one? But they're different shapes though. Oh, I also have a battery. Oh, that's right! I have a battery! I need to take it to the courtyard. Okay. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Okay, 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 okay. Okay. Only win, sad? Yeah, only win. Combine me? Hey, yo, Buns? Buns? You wanna get combined? With who? Yoshi and Chaos? Human centipede, right? There isn't a crest behind the snake? Isn't there a crest behind the snake? The snake? Which snake? The giant snake? Or is it a key? I don't know. You can be part of the human centipede, Shen. Yeah, I'll be the master. I actually don't know, guys. I'm like, right now, I'm going through rooms. I haven't like, gotten everything yet. You know? Oh, over here. Combine Lust Mummy with Yoshi. Yeah. They're shipped together. Okay. Here. Sorry, I'm not ready enough to have a master teamie. Hey, yo! You wanna get... Is he dead? W? Oh my god! Okay. It was this room, right? This room? Yes? Oh wait, I didn't go in here yet? Hold on. Wait, yeah I did. It's too dark to see anything. Oh wait, I did go in here. Okay, my bad. I'll take this. Yes, I'll take the battery pack. What else am I missing here? Biology related? Shotgun shells? Is that everything? Okay, that's everything? Oh my god. Shen waiting to see if the hunter died? Yeah. You know, just in case like it comes at me again. You know? You gotta make sure. Okay, I went in here. And then let's go back. See. Oh shoot. Okay. Huh, let me put some stuff away. Cause I don't think I need the shotgun shells. Cause I'm already using the grenade. Oh my god, Jill. Oh my god. Did you know your ass can spread out to 8 inches wide and raccoons can fit into things 4 inches wide? Meaning you can fit 2 raccoons in a bag of jelly beans up your ass? What? Um, why do you know that? Have you tried it? Do you want to try it, Mom? I'll volunteer to do it for you. Huh, Buns? Okay, metal object. I can put this away. Alright, alright. Okay. Just a fun fact. No, I was just giving this fun fact. Okay, sure. Sure, buddy. Sure, buddy. What a fact. Exactly, right? It's very interesting. Oh. Okay. Now we go down here. Over here, and then we're gonna kill this guy. Alright, alright. By the way, when you're heading towards the courtyard with the battery, or did you already do that? Oh, not yet, not yet. I'll do it after I kill this guy. What? Watch, watch. Is he gonna pop out? 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 Come out, come out! I know you're here! Is he dead? Is he dead? He's dead! He's dead, he's dead! He's so dead, okay. Okay, now can grab this. Yeah. Is that everything in this room? Okay, that's everything? Okay. See, now I don't need anything. Oh my god. Oof. Oof. Alright. I'm going to dinner, so I'll just watch for a few minutes. Alrighty, Javier. Have a good dinner. Eat well. Eat lots. You know, drink lots of water. She also did an ara for me. And, oh my god, Jill, can you walk up? Oh my god. An ara. Oh my god, Buns. Buns getting the aras. Hey, yo. Ara. Did you know ara spelled backwards is ara? I stole that from Senso. Oh my god, thank you for the hydrate, Chaos. Oh my gosh, thank you. I have a fresh... Oh no, wait. I still have like this water bottle left. Oh my god, I love water. She's a weeb too, yes. Oh, nice. We love weebs. We also love cringe people, you know? Like me. Shahira, who's your best legit ara? My best legit ara. Okay. I don't have a mommy voice though, guys. Like, my voice sounds like a little child. Okay. I'll try though. Did you guys know that ara? Did you guys know AOA backwards is ara? How's that? Was that good? Is that good? Or was that bad? I need to know. Okay. Need battery. Put this away. Since I don't need this. I'll take the battery. What is this though? Mansion key? Okay, I'll take. Wait, why do I have this? Last book, volume 1. I need a battery, right? Oh wait, no, I have the battery. I'm dumb. Incendiary shells. I'll take this, just in case. Wait, no, wait. Never mind. Here, let me put it back. Alright, I need an empty slot. Well, the important thing is that you tried. Yeah, it's the effort that matters, right, guys? Wait, do it again. I didn't hear. Did you guys know ara ara backwards is ara ara? Ara ara. No, I'm not good at it, guys. I can't. I can only do oohs and ohs and roars. Keep repeating it like you're a broken record. Like that. Oh, what? Oh, H. Okay, how did I get to the courtyard again? How did I get to the courtyard again? Was it over here? This is the... Wait, how did I get to the courtyard? Was it over here? Over here. Okay. Wait, but I took the dinghy here. I can't go here anymore. Do I have to go around? Can I go around over here? Oh, the elevator! I'm dumb? Okay. I can just take the elevator! Oh. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh god. I dig them. Thank you, Shen. Oh, you're welcome. Keep the beep going. Ada 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 ARA ada Can I use it here? Down here. Oh wait, am I dumb? Okay. Not the elevator, I can just go through the kitchen. Oh my god. 9,417 points. Nice. Did you the hydrate? Here's a fresh new water bottle. You have the crack. Love water. Love water so much. Now do gambare senpai. I don't know how to do gambare. Like the Sukuna gambare. Okay, over here. Like gambare. Like that? I don't know. Was that good? I have no clue. Wait, am I going the right way? No, wrong way. Other side. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Are you dead? Are you dead? Okay, he's dead. Oh my god. Kawaii voice? Yes, it was good. Just practice some more. Are you guys telling me to practice, huh? Kawaii voice? What is a kawaii voice? Is it like this? Like that? Oh god. Wait, there's a spider here, that's right. Oh god. Are you dead? Are you dead? Oh god. Oh my god. Nothing? Can I go up here? Dun, dun. Oh, over here? Over here? Wait, I can't get up! Fuck. Wait, I went around for no reason. Fuck. Okay. Damn. Damn, now I gotta go back around. Oh god. Oh god. I forgot it was a hole. I forgot we fell from a hole. Okay. Go over here. Over here. Over here. Over here. Over here. Here. Okay, I guess I have to go from the other side. But what is the kawaii voice, guys? Is it like the ooh? Like a like like that, or like a rawr? Oh my god. No. You dead? You dead? Run, Joe, run, Joe, run, Joe, run, Joe, run. I'm out of bullets. I'm out of bullets. Yoshi redeemed kawaii voice for 5 minutes. Wow. This isn't a solo stream. Just like a Uwu voice. It's a stream collab with Jill. Yeah, I mean, I love Jill. Jill's pretty hot. Okay, now I'm out of bullets. Where did I go? Should I go back and grab more bullets? Here, over here, over here. Oh. Sweet. Anyways, guys, today my day was pretty good. Yeah. What did I do? I was up all night. I slept. I woke up at like 1 p.m. I kind of stayed in bed for like another hour. But then, what did I do? I basically didn't do anything. Yeah, basically. Metal object? Wait, I need this though. Hold on, let me do this. Combine. Yeah, and I did my school stuff. That's basically what I did. I took my dogs out, you know, same old thing I do every day. Oh, yup. And I'm like, yep. Oh yeah, get out. Boop! Oh my god, Kayla, you scared me! Oh my god, you made my heart jump. Oh my god. Oh my god, you're scarier than... Oh my god, Resident Evil. Oh my god. You scared me. Welcome in, Kayla. How are you? How are you? I always stay in bed for another hour with the wood. Hey, yo, Buzz? The morning wood? Yo, sussy? She told me to leave for my K-drama love life. Oh wait, I'm going the wrong way. Yeah, I told him to go leave so he could call his gal, you know? Then you let them grippers out? Oh my gosh. Them grippers? She held me at gunpoint? No, I did not! No, I did not. Liar! You guys are liars. Liar, liar, pencil fire. Okay. Second floor. Go out here. Okay. We'll call tomorrow? Okay, okay. I mean, you don't have to call every day, you know? Wait, did I miss something? Yeah, Buns has a secret lady. And then he freaking doxed her phone number on on Discord. I had to tell him. Oh my goodness. Here? What did you pin? It's so cute. Apparently, that's way too long. Is it over here? This door? Oh wait, no, it was over here. This door. Buns, look at DMs. Oh, they're direct messaging. Oh. Okay, and I think I could put this in here, right? Wait, is it not this one? Fuck. Okay. I grabbed the wrong token. I grabbed the wrong token. It's okay. Thank you for the hydrate. Oh my god, a lot of water. I get to see my girlfriend tomorrow after 10 days. Oh my gosh, Kayla! Oh my gosh. That's so cute. How's... tell her I say hi and how was Iceland? You know? Here. This is where I came from, right? The queen has returned. Oh, hey, okay. Okay, chewing. Oh. God. Over here. Spit on the non-believers? You're gonna spit on the non-believers? Bow before the queen? Oh my gosh! Is Kayla the... Wait, why can't I open this door? Am I not... There we go. Kayla is the leader now. I'm just a mere like I'm just a goat. Oh, I'm pretty sure I need to put the crest here, right? Like this one? This? No? Do I not put it here? No? Okay. Do you know the way? What is the way? I love the way you make me feel. I love it. Ariana Grande, The Way? With The Weeknd? Oh no, was it The Weeknd? No, it was Malcolm. No, it was Mac Miller. I was about to say Macklemore. Oh my god. Okay, I go over here. Go over here. Over here. Over here. Let me end my dinner and I help you a little. Alright, thank you, Javier. Thank you. Yeah, I'm a little stuck. I'm like walking all over the place. But it's okay. When quest? Is it this one? Here you go. And your dinner, like you're gonna kill it? He's gonna murder that dish. Alright, welcome back, Chaos. Also, thank you for the bonk. Kayla, thank you for the bonk. Bonk the false queen. Am I a queen? Guys, I don't want responsibility. I'd rather not be the queen. Can I just be false? Oh, wrong way. This way. This way. Did you just call Kayla? Did I? No, Chaos said, alright, I'm back. And I was like, welcome back, Chaos. And then thank you for the bonk, Kayla? That's what I said, right? I said that, right? Did I not? Did I not say that? I'm not going schizo, right? Just for that? Oh my god! Oh god, I love this.
Oh my god, guys, it's me. It's me. You see him banging
His head? It's literally me.
It's literally me.
Yeah, my study screen. Oh my goodness. Gonna solo the entire game, right, Shinobi? Yeah. I'm gonna solo the entire game. Yep. Also, welcome in, JJ. Welcome in. How are you? How's your day? What did you do? What did you eat? How did you wake up? Did you open your right eye first or your left eye? Did you wash your hands when you go to the bathroom? Alright. Okay, I got this. And now I could go to the courtyard. I still have no idea why the clip player works so much for you. I have no idea either. It's just, it's a curse. It's a curse, you know? I can't have nice things, you know? Okay, why is it... Okay. How about... Oh, doing pretty good today. Had some Red Robin earlier. The ribs were good. Nice, nice. How about you, Shinobi? How life's treating you today? Doing pretty good. Yeah. It's just
Jill to Brad.
same old, same
Can
old.
you hear me?
Shouldn't just stop breaking it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's broken.
I'll try not to. Okay, Brad. Okay, now I can use the battery, right? How do I do that? Is it over here? No, no, no. Alright. Did you get the onion ring tower? Onion? Guys, I have never been to Red Robin before. Nope. Also, guys, I'll be back. I gotta go check my dog. I heard a big dump and now I'm being suspicious. I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. Okay, okay. Alright. What you guys talking about? Can't spell queen without Kushin? What? Red Robin slaps so much? I get you, good to hear. Right, Kayla? What is your favorite meal to order from there? I'm not being made fun of. I tell you. Yeah, we get the onion ring tart along with the mozzarella sticks too, chewing. Come on, Kayla. The kids menu mac and cheese. So good. But I get the adult bowl. Oh my god. What? I had never had Red Robin before. Is it good? Is it like it's American food, right? Thank you, thank you. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Havoc. Thank you, thank you. Get my trusty water bottle. A little water. I love mac and cheese. Of course, Kayla orders from the kids menu. Wait, I get kids menu all the time. It's like so much cheaper, and you get like a good portion, you know. Of course. Cherry, I did take Shinobi to Red Robin, Susan. I would love to go to Red Robin. Alright, back to game. You go down here, right? Is spent too much money on in Valorant and now you're in debt, Kayla. Honestly, so many skins. Snake, snake. Fuck! I got attacked! Oh my god. No way. Go in, go in, go in. Burger? Burger. I love burgers. Burgers. You know? Burgers, you know? Okay. It was this room, right? Is it not? Wait. Inventory? News? And it should work now, right? Nice! Oh my gosh! Jimmy, I'll be 18 soon, no longer a child. Oh my god, no, right, Kayla? Oh my god. You wanna celebrate your birthday? A celebration stream for your birthday? Oh my gosh, we could do like Discord stream. We could do like Jackbox. Discord Jackbox. Oh my god. Wait, I'm just back here. Wait, that's freaking lame. Wait, then how do I get over here? How do I get over here? I'm so confused. Okay. There's a door here. Over here? In the basement? This ladder goes up. I'm so confused. What? I'm so confused. Okay, that battery is nothing then. What? Oh my gosh. Yes, dirty Jackbox? You're still a child. Jimmy isn't gonna be playing. It's fine. I will not be. I'm too scared. Oh, do vanish? Yeah, Jimmy, do vanish. Exclamation mark vanish. I did not know it was a thing, the vanish, until Yue did it. Kinky Jackbox. Okay, so the thingy is here. You know what? Can I put a crest there? Wait. I don't even know what I have. Hold on. I have this. Get it. Mansion key. Helmet key. Okay. Where have I not gone yet? Over here? Courtyard. Okay. Since I'm here, I might as well put the token there, right? Shit, I agree to nothing. I will watch from a safe distance. Pretty sure you agree to everything. Thank you for the head pass. Thank you. Thank you for the redeem, Kayla. I have heart eyes. I am a shinobi in love. Sha-la-la-la-la. How far are you in the story? I actually don't know. I like to think I'm pretty far, like almost done. we'll see. We'll see. We will see. Karaoke stream right now, Shen. Karaoke? Somebody said karaoke? I don't know if you guys could hear this. What? Talking for the mouth. I'ma do stuff. Try to strike a chord and it's probably A minor. Okay, I'm done. Thank you for the hydrate, Havoc. Thank you. Okay, I know this is a really bad idea. Oh my god, Havoc! It's too young. Out of everyone? I'm bored. And I'm gonna regret this so much. Okay, ready? Right. Extra nozzle pounces on you. Ooh, you so warm. Couldn't help but notice your butt from across the floor. Nozzle you naked, you wake it to the yee hee. Unzips your baggy as pencil, baby. You so musty. Take me home, pet me, and make me yours, and don't forget to stuff me. See me while my little baby tail for your woji. Kisses and lickies and neck. I hope daddy likes nuzzles and wuzzles are jazz. I'll be getting thirsty. Hey, I got a little itch. You think you can help me? Only 7 inches long. Ooh, please stop me. Pause on your boy just and lick my lips. Ooh, punish me please. Better hit them with this fairy shit. You don't see it coming. Thank you for the redeem. Thank you. Oh my god, that's such a surprise. Havoc? Out of everyone, Havoc?
I am king. Hear me roar.
Meow. I love Havoc, guys. Havoc is the actual goat. Like the actual goat. He's very ooh and oh. Despite his voice, you know? He's very ooh, guys. Havoc is the best, guys. Mom, oh my goodness.
Are you...
It's lagging. We really need her to drop a diss track again soon. A diss track. Oh god.
You hear that?
Should I? BBL Drizzy. BBL Drizzy. Is this the head clip? Oh my god. My player is effing up, guys. I didn't understand most of what she said, but it sounded good. Yeah. It's just good. Havoc is best boy. Changed my mind. Yeah, Havoc is best boy ever. Best boy. BBL Shinobi. Lies? No lies. Havoc is the best boy, guys. Best boy Havoc. I will trust you and I won't. Thank you. Do I Shinobi no balls? Jokes on you. I don't have any balls. Oh my god. Thank you for the fuck. Thank you. Shan singing Spanish? Oh my god, I don't know any like Spanish song. Despacito, despacito, despacito. I don't know. I remember like when I was in high school learning Spanish, I had to like sing in Spanish. We had to learn a song. I remember it was very traumatizing, you know? Okay. So what I have is I have a crest, a book. Why do I have book? A disc, Green herb, shotgun. Okay. Self-defense gun. Metal object. And I also have this. Huh. Should I just save? Just in case? I'm gonna save. Yes. Shen? Javier? I went back to 9.1k. I sang Among. You sang Among? Oh my god. Really? How was it? You haven't examined the red book, have you? No, I don't think I did. Hold on. Let me look at it. The last book. Oh shoot. Not news. Examine. Eagle of South Wolf and North. Oh, what the heck? Wait. I'm dumb? I'm dumb? Okay. Is there a special way to use it? Okay, now I have a crest, I have a token. What? Where do I put this though? Oh, does these two go together then? Shen, luckily I didn't get Spanish trauma from class. I dropped out after 1 week. 1 week? What? Yeah. What? Oh my goodness. It was fun. I sing Among all the time now. Oh, nice, nice. I was 2 weeks late and they were already teaching a lot. Oh. Oh. Oh my god. It's okay. Put a medal on your neck and show your badge of honor. I don't think I could put it on my neck. I wish I could. Okay, Medal of Eagle. This is the wind crest. Medal of Eagle. Medal of Eagle. Oh my god. I also have this disc. I don't know what the disc is for though. Okay, I think... No, I'm gonna put this away. Or wait. Okay, I'll just hold on to it. I'm gonna hold on to it. Shen is the dirt? What do you mean the dirt? What is the fourth wheel? Oh, I'm the third wheel? And what about the spare wheel? Wow, so funny, Yoshi, so funny. Haha. Oh my god, am I going the right way? Right here? Oh no, this is where I came from. Over here. Over here. Okay, we're gonna go back. Thank you, Shinobi. You're funny too. Thank you. Thank you. I know. You don't gotta tell me. I know. I'm the funniest person I know. You know? I have never met anyone more funnier than me. You know? How many bosses did you beat? I like to say 2? I'm unsure. Two? The red, the crimson head guy in the coffin. I did the flower tentacle thing. Is that a boss? I was waiting for Shin to call Yoshi Mr. Wise Owl. Oh my god, Yoshi. They called you an owl. Who? That was so funny. I can't believe I got you. Oh my god. That's so funny. Here. Who? I missed the flower tentacle thingy. That must have been the kinkiest stream. Yeah, you missed it. It was very kinky, yeah. The flowery tentacle. You know, it just kept squirting at me. I'm not even joking. Yeah, it squirts out like this acid that almost kills me. Ooh, this way? Open up! No, the tentacles weren't. It takes two. Oh man, I missed all the action. Yeah, you did. Oh shoot. Oh, you did? Okay, am I going the right way? Okay, this way. Here? Oh, I could put it here, right? Win? Okay. Oh, wrong button. Okay? Wait. Can I grab it? Moon? Yes. Can I put it here? Oh, wait, that one has two. Oh shoot, wrong button. No? Oh. Can I not put it here? I'm so confused. What? Tell me to upload it on an adult site at least. No, I didn't upload it. The VOD probably got deleted. The tentacle just needed to take a John. Take the sun instead. The sun? The sun. I can't carry any more items. Can I put this away? Head up and collab with Yumi? Oh, I wish I could. Maybe one day. Wait, I can only carry one item. Yeah, Yumi is another one of my friends. She's a pretty big VTuber now, guys. She just reached 2K. 2K followers. Oh my god. Crazy. You wait, no, Yumi. Yumi is like she's a green hair panther forest watcher. Yeah. She comes here every now and then. She's in my server too. She's very mommy, guys. She's a very chill streamer. She's so nice. She's Indonesian. But her streams are always so early. I was watching her stream like this morning. Was it this morning? Oh my god. Was it this morning? Oh my god. I don't even remember. I was watching her last stream in the morning. Because she streams at like 5 a.m. for me. Oh, wrong door. Over here. Tentacle added to the lore. Yeah. Tentacles? It's okay, that's amazing. I know, right? I know, right? Oh my god. Like, she's growing so fast. Oh my god. Could never be me. Oh, Yue? Is that Miss Yue Val? The cracked Valorant player? I picked your Smurf. I picked your Smurf. Oh, oh, she's cracked. I smurf your peak. I smurf your peak. Is it I smurf your peak? I thought it was I pick your Smurf. Have I been saying it wrong? Oh, map. Oh my goodness. I smurf your peak. I smurf your peak. She's going fat because she streams every day. Does she stream every day? Oh my god. I don't stream every day. I also don't network, so that's... yeah. That's another problem, you know? I don't make friends. I don't, like... you know, I don't promote myself. Yo. Yo. Yeah, I'm a bad VTuber. Why don't you stream every day, Shen? I don't know. Shen? Javier? I mean, I would love to, but like, I don't know. I have a lot of stuff I need to do. I got school to do. Like, I spent like 2 nights doing like schoolwork, and then what I do? You know, I have projects going on, like WEBTOON stuff, VTuber stuff, commission stuff. What else? Yeah, and then some nights I just want to play solo games. Do you remember the rule where you had to turn on the light to see the gems in the animals? Yeah. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, Yumi streams, I believe almost every day. Oh my god. She may have one day or two where she takes a break. Oh my god. What? That's so much. Oh my god, but I like doing like long streams though, you know? Like I like doing like 5-hour streams. I think 5 hours is like a good amount. Go there, please. I'm going. Procrastinate and play TFT. Yeah. See, Chimi gets it. You know, sleep in the middle of the day. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, burning the school while cooking. I don't burn the school down. Okay, I promise. I'm a decent cook. All right, guys. Play with girls in class and show them the webtoon. Yeah, I do. Yeah, how did you know? How did you know? Okay, which room was it? It was down here, right? Okay. I know which room. But 69-hour streams are better? Oh, you're right. Lucky number 69. You're so right. Lucky number 69. Why didn't I think of that? Oh my god. I smurfed your peak. Wrong? I picked your smurf? Yeah, you're wrong? Wait, Yoshi, you said the same thing. Am I tripping? I pick your smurf? I smurf your peak? What? What is going on? Close. Okay. It was the first door. 1v1 me? Yeah, Yoshi, you should do it. You won't? 69-hour stream. Maybe one day. 69 hours? How long is that? That's like 3 days, right? 3 freaking days? Okay, I'm in this room. Old-fashioned telephone has been cut. Oh. What do I do here? Oh, I was telling you that I smurf for peak. Oh. Oh. I see. Do it, false? What's this people and beating smurfs at their peaks? Cause, you know, people, I don't know. Papa Smurf, have you seen Papa Smurf? He's kinda... Papa Smurf is kinda... Pick a time of day. Thank you for the like, Mom. Thank you. Alright, hold on, guys. I gotta go pee. I'll BRB. I gotta go take a leak. I'll BRB. Okay, guys, I'm back. Guys, guess what? I just saw a spider in my bathroom. I'm not even joking. You know, I will not be going in there for the next probably 2 hours. I'm gonna wait for it to like migrate. Alright. What do I do here? Okay, Javier. I'm in this room. What do I do? Not the spiders again. Yeah, not the spiders. Did you kill the spider? No, I did not. I did not. I'm not a spider killer. Alright, I only kill ants. I hate ants. And probably cockroaches. We will see. check your redeems, Shen. My redeems? What about my redeems? My redeems? My redeems? What do you mean, my redeems? Oh, chewing? Thing for the hydrate? Wait, I didn't see that. Chuck. Okay, one gulp. Mm-hmm. 10 redeems? Are you kidding? Are you... Okay, let me just chug this entire bottle. Oh my god. Thank you. Oh god. No more water. Oh my god. How many liters of water will she drink? A lot, actually. A lot. The room I was talking about is upstairs. I don't remember where it was, but there's some head and some eagle looking at... Head and an eagle looking at you. Head and an eagle. Head and an eagle. Oh, wait. I think I know. Wait, was it the head? The room with the... Was it this room? Oh no, I think it was this room. It was the room with the... Oh, was it this room? The room with the crystals, right? Oh, wait, I went the wrong way. Lamont, let's go. Let's go. Okay. Over here. I don't think there's any more monsters. I'm pretty sure I killed them all. So... Shit. Never mind. Okay. Oh. Okay, see? No, there was a reason why I didn't go inside that room. Wait. I could kill it. Watch. Yeah, I spoke too soon. Come here. I know you hear me. Are you dead? I'm out of bullets! Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. All I have is it's my pistol. Okay. You know what? We're taking the long way. We're gonna take the long way back. Okay. This is gonna be like another 10 minutes. All right. Whoop whoop. Panic, yeah. It's very nerve-wracking, alright, guys? You know, like all my materials is very limited. Okay. Oh, here. And then... Is it upstairs? 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 Wait, I'm back here again. Am I even going the... I don't even know if I'm going the right way. Wait, I think I'm in the wrong way. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, I'm here. If I go down, I can't come here though. Wait, no, this is the room I was in. Right? And then I went here, I went here. Okay, yeah. Where am I? Am I here? Over here? Here? This door? Right? Oh no, wait. Now I'm here. I'm so confused. Okay. Hold on, what if I go over here? The red area. I'm lost. I am I am also lost. Cause I also have this key. This helmet key? I don't know what to do with it. Mansion key? Okay. You know what? I think... I lost, I'm chewing. But if you're lost, then who's gonna help Shinobi? It's okay, I got this. I got this. I think... I'm gonna go back to the what is it? The courtyard. Let me put this away. And I have my gun. I have the mansion key. I have the moon crest. Metal object. I also have a medal of eagle. Crank, self-defense gun. Moon the crest? Moon the crest? We need you heavier! I need you heavier! I feel like I'm the guy in front with a lamp and everyone's behind me waiting for me to talk. Yeah, you're the leader, Javier! You're the leader! Okay, believe me guys. I got this. Okay, I'm gonna go to the courtyard. And I'm gonna grab the 2 other medals. Medal. Over here, right? Here. Well, I guide. I don't give spoilers. Yes. No spoilers. No spoilers. Ooh. Ooh. This way. Ooh. Over here. Do you guys know how long, like, I have left in this game? I feel like, you know, I mean, I've been playing this for like more than 20 hours, and I feel like it shouldn't have taken this long. Imagine an evil version of Javier. Oh my god. We get spoilers, but no guys. Oh my god. That is plain evil. That's evil right there. Over here? Oh. Okay, Jill. Javier in another dimension. About 50 hours out. 50 hours? 50 hours? You're lying to me. You're lying to me. Okay, now I have this one, Star Crest. And I have this one, Sun Crest. And then, can I put it here? Ooh. Oh, did I do it in order? Wait. What did it say? 2 plus 3. The moon came first, right? Moon? No? 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 Can I... Hold on. Examine? Oh, okay. Wait, what about this one? Wait, why can't I put it in? Am I not supposed to do this? It won't let me put it in. Oh my god, I keep pressing the wrong button. No? Maybe you need to turn them? Turn them? Like this? Oh! There's a button? Wait. Hey yo! Okay! Hold on. Okay, W. Oh god. Oh my god! JJ, you're so smart. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh. Turn. Yes. Oh my god. Big brain moment. Okay. And then I can put it on, right? Okay. Okay. Oh my god. Is that pit? Oh my god. A revolver? Is that a revolver? Oh my god. I just got a revolver. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, what would I do? That's it? Just for this? That's it? Oh my god. Oh my god. She did it, boys. Progress long and last. Yeah, I know, right? Okay, so I got this part. This part. How do I get here? Okay, mansion. This goes over here. Courtyard? Residence? I did this place already. How do I get here? Do I need to take the elevator? Is that why? This one? Oh, do I need to go through this? Okay. Okay. I think I know what to do. We got those two medallions, right? Okay. Don't knock the revolver. The revolver is a pretty strong weapon. Okay. Okay, I won't. The thing is very strong. To waste it on random zombies. Okay. Use it on bosses. Okay. Yeah, waste it on random zombie dogs instead. I hate the zombie dogs. I hate it. I hate them so much. Kill bosses. Shen got her 7-inch barrel and it's loaded. Yeah, you guys better watch out. Yeah, I'll take it. I will take it. We go here. Then what is the calm button in this game, Javier? The calm button. The calm button? Calm? 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 Oh wait, I'm so dumb. I've been going the long way when I could have just gone here. Okay, I'm dumb. Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay, I got my revolver. This medallion. I also have. Where's my other one? It's up here, right? Medal of the Eagle, metal object. Wait, they're different. Hold on. This one has like a gold or bronze ring to it. What about this one? Nothing unusual. Wait, they look the same though, right? Like this? I could use this, like these two, like under the stairs, right? Like the door under the stairs. Shen is looking for Shen is looking a little menacing. What do you mean? Do I? It's okay, guys. I'm not gonna shoot you. I promise. Not right now. Probably later. You don't know. I'm not gonna hold you at gunpoint. Ooh. Not right now. Yeah, not right now. Panic. Now we need another medallion, like the one in the red book. Another medallion. Okay. Okay. Pretty sure I don't need to go to the courtyard anymore, right? Over here. Oh. No button. I could put this here. Yeah. Can I put this here too? No? What do I do with this one? Metal object? But I can't use this one? There's something about that other indentation. Stone and metal object. Do I need stone? Is that what I'm missing? Is that what I'm missing? Stone? Oh my god, yes? Where do I get stone though? Cause if I can't go here, I can't go here either. Over here? I can't go in here too. The doorknob is locked and I need to get there through the... Through what? A ladder? Is the elevator here? Courtyard? I don't know how to get here. Residence? I already did all of this. Okay. Oh my god. From the ground? In the courtyard? Did my message not go through? Your message? No? Chaos? No, this message did. Yeah? Okay, okay. No, did not send it again, Dark. Oh, Shan, did you check out the abiotic factor game I mentioned earlier in chat? I did not. I did not. I only saw the game that Kenny put in Discord, and that's it. I haven't checked anything else. Oh my god, Jill, please walk straight. Gasp? Rude? Oh my god! Sorry? I mean, to be fair, I barely check anything. Okay, okay. I need a medallion. I need stone. Medal of Eagle. Metal object. Acid shells, shotgun shells. Can I put this away then? Shotgun shells. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna take that. Where's my grenade? Where's my grenade? Okay. Okay. Anything else? No. MO disc. Well, I gotta be heading off now. Goodbye, Shan. Glad to see you enjoying Resident Evil and take good care of yourself. Thank you, JJ. Thank you for coming by. Hope you have a good night. Sleep well. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closet, cause I'm gonna lurk. Haha, wink, wink. Good night, good night. Wait, did I? Oh. Okay, this way. This way. This way. Shit, we can do two things? Two things? What is it? Let's get serious? Okay. Are we gonna get married now? Okay. Sorry. Two things. Okay. Two things. I'm serious. Hold on, let me put the crest of the metal back. Let me put it back. I don't know why I took it out. Oop. I'm not worried about Shen looking nearby. I don't think she would be willing to put up with my 85 plus degree room. Yeah, chaos. I think I will pass. 85 degrees? I don't know how you survive that. Oh my god, chaos. You're crazy. You're like literally in a tanning bed. That is, oh my gosh. That is insane. Okay, over here. Well, I think the first one will be the most peaceful. Okay. I do that one. Okay, I'm going to sleep. Okay, mom. Have a good night. Sleep well. Yo. I know you've been up for too long. Make sure you get lots of rest and drink lots of water. You know, get that 8 hours of sleep. You know. Rookie numbers. I know, right? Stay up for 48. Try that. You know, try like 50 hours. Yeah, I made stupid decision last night. But I like my sleep. I like my sleep too. But I feel like sleeping kind of like was a way to put it. It runs out of time, you know? Because the more I sleep, the less time I have in a day to do stuff. You know? I like my cancer killing cells. Mom! Oh god. This is fair? No. I think the longest time I've gone without sleep is somewhere about 70 hours. What? Why? What for, Chaos? What for? Why were you up so long? Okay. Go out here. Do I just go back to the courtyard? I don't know what to do. Oh my god. Oh my god. Perfect timing. Good night, Buns. Speaking of sleep, I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna head to bed now. Good night, everyone. Have a good rest of your stream, chat. Thank you, Yoshi. Thank you. Have a good night. Sleep well. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your window, open your closet, cause I'm gonna lurk. Thank you, Mom. Thank you. Great. Okay, I'm switching to my water bottle. Is this me chugging water? Alright. I thank you for the hydrate. Husband, everyone was spamming me with hydrate. Chill. Hey, yo, chill. Daddy, chill. Good night, everyone. Good night, Chewing. Good night. It is your bedtime, Chewing. Thank you for the hydrate. I don't have a water bottle on me right now. But hold on, I'm gonna go grab one really quick. No, Kenny, you too? Guys? Yeah. Lose all of your points. Come on. Keep it going, huh? Be pork. Come on, guys. Okay, I got water bottle. Alright, I have half a water. Thank you for the hydrate, Chimmy. Thank you. Have a good night. Sleep well. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your window, lock your closet, cause I'm gonna lurk. Mm. Mm. Oh my god. Oh, sorry guys. Oh my god. Wasn't that killer frequency? Yeah, it was. Mom, my room's a bit messy. So watch your step while you're lurking. I will. Can you clean my place while you lurk? Thanks. Thank you. I will. I'll be your personal maid. Like, good night, guys. Oh my god, it's everyone's bedtime. Womp womp, stay up. Who needs sleep? Speaking of, did you do a run on killer frequency without everyone dying? The thing is, I tried, and then someone died, and I gave up. My brain is just, it won't, like, okay, I'm not good at solving the puzzles, you know? Yeah. Yup. I tried. Should I do it again? I kind of want to. Oh! Headshot? Jared! 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 Fuck. I fucking died! Oh my god. How far did I go? How far did I end up at? Not that far, right? We barely did anything. Hold on. I think I need to get the, what is it? The pistol? The revolver? That's it, right? Fight your fears and survive. Oh my gosh. Okay, Shen, those metal medallions, did you bring them with you? I did not. Should I? Okay. Okay, did I forget anything here? No. 6 incendiary rounds. Okay, let's look at this. We speedrunning this. Yeah, I need to get the revolver. Okay. Oh, let me put this away. Cause I don't think I need it. Put this away. Okay. I got this. So much you need to do again. It's not that much. It's not that much chaos. All I need to do is do the revolver, and that's it. I basically did nothing because I have no clue what I was doing. Easy run. Okay, over here. Did you do the battery thing? Yes, I did, and then I saved it. I'm pretty sure. Yes, sir. Yes, sire. Yeah, the battery thing was just for the elevator, and it was kind of not important. Yup. It's okay. Oh my gosh, my room is so sweaty right now, guys. god. Chill. Okay, over here, over here. Okay, then over here. Over here. And then down here. Shen, do you have blue herbs? Or don't remember? I do not. I think all I have is what I have in my inventory. This one. That's it. That's all I have. Okay. Oh shit! I forgot they were here. Hold on. Equip. Okay. Instant headshot? No way. Are you dead? He did? Okay, he's dead. Okay. And I do this. Nice. See, a speedrunning. Yes, I take the moon crest. Take the star crest. Yes, sir. And then we look at it. We examine. Press the button. Oh. Yes. Oh, go back. News. Okay. Examine. Press the button. And then we news it. Then we take this one. Yes. Go over here. We look at it. We examine. Press the button. No, press the button. Yes. And then we news it. Easy. See, now we're just back to where I started. Easy. Yes, I would take it. Ooh, now I got a sick new gun. Alright. Fun fact, no weird. Speed does not make sense in Spanish. Velocidad and correr. It would be strange for it to say velocidad and correr. Oh my god. Honestly, yeah. It's long too. It's a long word. Okay. Do I put it back? The revolver? I should put it back, right? It just doesn't exist for us. We say speedrun the same as in English. Oh yeah, English is such a universal language nowadays. Yeah, I mix English a lot with like my native language. Like I'll say like, oh, I want some. Like I'll say I want something in my language, and then a very fluent English word. Like I'll say something like, "Oh, yo estoy good." You know, it's like a mix. Shinglish. Yeah, Shinglish. Yep. Because sometimes there's not like a translation, you know? So you gotta use the American English word. Alright, go here. It's funny how things don't make sense in other languages. Yeah. There's a really big barrier. Yeah, don't you ever like wonder like how that happened? You know? How like languages develop? It's kinda crazy, you know? Like, who came up with it? Who was the first person to decide that, you know, the sun would be called the sun? And who was the person who decided to call your son like a person, like male child, a sun? Like there's already a sun in the sky. Do we need another sun on the ground? It's crazy. It's crazy. Alright. So I got this. Okay, Javier. Where did I go? Where did I go? Because I have no clue where to go. Where do I go? Do I go up? Like where I died last time? Over here? First? Second? First? Second? Show me the metal medallions, the gray ones. The gray ones. Okay. This one? This one? Or... Okay, I have this one. And I have this one. Medal of the Eagle. The other one is for the metal door though. For me to go to the courthouse. So I left it there. Yeah. Nothing unusual. This one? Yes? It's also this one. The other is in another place? Yeah, the other one is in a... It's for the metal door to go to the... Yeah, I used it to open the door. Yeah. The eagle's not busy right now? Okay, so I can put the eagle away, right? Basically, that's all I have. So this medal, and then I have this disc. I don't know what this is for though. I need a player to play it, but I don't have a player. Yup. For much later? Okay, okay. Okay. By chance you don't have a box? A box? No, I do not. I do not have a box. This is all I have. Like these, like weapons, lighter, revolver, fuel, serum, ink ribbon, metal, broken shotgun, empty bottle, ammo disc, self-defense gun, crank, acid shell, shotgun shell, magnum shells. A jewelry box? I do not. A shotgun, green herb? I do not. I do not have a jewelry box. So we need to go to the courtyard, I think it's called. Courtyard. Okay. Courtyard? Courtyard? Do I do... Okay. Do I need this? Do I put this away? The medal? I can put this away, right? Okay. To the courtyard we go. There's a house where the strange monster appeared that was mortal. You dodged it and ran from there. I don't know you. Oh, yeah, I remember. Of course, I remember. I almost died. Oh my god, of course. Okay, I have to go back over there. Oh god. Do I have to kill it? Oh god. Okay, okay. Okay, okay, okay. Got it. This way? Oh. Let's go, let's go. Oh my god, Joe. Can you walk straight, please? Over here. I tell you what you do. You have the metal object in the house. There's a stone ring. Combine it, you obtain the. Oh, okay, 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 okay. I got it. I got it. I got it. Okay. 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 All right. Then we will have to. Okay. Okay. Damn. Okay. It was over here. Oh no, no, it was over here. Down here. Okay, over here, over here. Okay. This is the way the door can be opened? Okay. Okay, okay. God damn, it's taking forever. This freaking door! So many door opening animations. Oh. I think there's a zombie here. I didn't kill. I think. I'm not sure. Oh, is it here? Fuck, fuck. Fuck, 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 fuck! Chill! Fuck! Fuck. Fuck. Get away from me! Get away from me! Get away from me! Get away from me! Down! Are you dead? Alright! Alright! Okay. Alright! Okay. The door, open door simulator. Alright, okay. I'm scared. I'm scared, I don't want to die, okay. Okay, okay. Come out, come out. Come out, come out. Is he here? Are they here? Are they not here? Is it not here? Wait. Okay. Medallion. It's supposed to be here, right? What on here? Down here, I got the crank. That's right. Okay. Oh, it's immortal? Oh, okay. It's supposed to be under the cabin? Under the cabin? Did I miss it? Oh. Did you enter through there? No, I did not. Wait, am I supposed to enter from outside? Not inside? Okay, in here, it's all green. It said I got everything. Yeah, that's where I got the crank for the pool. I think. No? 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 Wait, can I go? Hold on. I think I could go. Go, go, go. Drop. It has an arrow pointing. That means I could go there, right? How do I go through there? Do I have to shoot it? Oh, let's go closer. This? No? Oh. Let me see. Okay, okay. Yeah, this is blocked. It won't let me go. But it says it's an arrow pointing there. That means I could go through there, right? I don't remember much from around here anymore. Okay, okay. Let's see. I still need a way to get in here. I think I need to go through a ladder. This is a ladder right here. Do I have to go? Oh, let me look at the map. Okay, nothing? Nothing? Do I exit out somewhere here? No? Are you stuck or? Yes! Yes, I'm stuck! Yes! I'm very stuck. Also, welcome in, Harry Brown 75. Welcome, welcome. How is your day? How are you? Yeah, I'm very stuck. I've been stuck on this area for like the past hour. Hey Shan, do you have the elevator battery, right? Yeah, I noosed it, yeah. So, I put the elevator battery in the elevator thing. Am I supposed to go there? But it just takes me like up and down though. Like the first floor and the second floor. Hello, good morning by the way. Good morning, good morning. Oh my god, it's morning for you, but it's like midnight for me right now. My god. Yeah, I have the elevator battery. Do I go over there then? Do you remember where you used the crank? Yeah, I remember. It was at the pool. Yeah, to lower the water level. Yeah, the pool. Okay, let me go over there. Oh. Okay, Jill. Walk normally, please. No. Okay, over here. Okay, why are there so many shots of her walking down? Okay. It seems that is not here directly. Forgive me. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I don't remember much about the 70% towards the end. That's okay. That's okay. The waterfall, right? Oh, that's right. The waterfall. I totally forgot about that. The waterfall in the courtyard. Wait. Oh my god. I forgot. I totally forgot. Okay. Okay, we're making some progress, kind of. Yeah. Okay, over here. That's it? It's not in the cabin directly? Okay. Okay. I didn't remember how to get there. That's okay. That's okay, Javier. It's the effort that matters, you know? The effort that matters. Okay, so I'm here, right? And then... I did a battery for this. And then it takes me down. This elevator. That's why I'm here! Exactly! Okay. Battery here. Do I need a crank? Do I need a crank? Okay. Waterfall? Raging waterfall. Looks like there's something beyond it. How do I get rid of the waterfall though? Do I have to... Wait, do I have to turn the water on? Like back on? Is that what I have to do? Oh god. Oh god. Oh my god. Okay. Yep, okay. I don't have to crank. I don't have to crank though. Okay. Damn. I have to go all the way back. Around. Shit. What did I go over here for? Fuck! Oh my god! Chill, please! Can you just walk down normally? Chill. It's so easy to avoid snakes, and now I'm dying? Jill, please. Alright. The blue plant on the way back? Okay. Oh, but that blue plant, I can't grab it though. It's like a plant that I cannot grab. Oh wait, why didn't I just take this elevator? Oh my god. I'm dumb. That's okay. That is A-okay. A-okay. Should I just go this way to grab it? Okay, we're going all the way back to the cabin to grab the crank. And I am about to pass out. Oh my god. Okay, over here. Run and door simulator. Yeah. The door animations are so long. Okay. Let's go, Jill. This way. This way. This way. Up. Okay, this way. This way. Hold on, guys. Somebody's knocking on my door. I'll be back. Okay, guys, I'm back. Okay. Yeah, making some progress. I swear, like 40% of this game is the door is opening. It's so long. Okay, the chest is right here. Get the Magnum revolver? Yes, I did! Yes, sir! Yes, I did! Alright. Yup. It's right here. Where is it? Right here. Magnum revolver. I'm worried that you don't have a cure. But it will come out somehow. It's okay. It's okay. I got luck. I got the power of God and anime by my side. You know? I won't die. I won't die. Watch. I won't. Or should I just save? Should I save? Before I go? Or is it okay? Because I don't think I progressed that much since the last time I died. Because the last time I died, all I did was... What did I do? Oh shoot, am I going the wrong way? I got the revolver. That's it. Good girl. Oh, you just call me a good girl? Hey yo, what are we now? All right. Okay, so much walking. So much walking. But it's okay. Okay, Jill. Promise you won't die. Okay, Jill. Oh, hi. Shen, hi. Oh my god, is that Kurai? Hey, yo. How are you? How is your day? How is your night? What did you do? Are you... I don't know what to say. How is your day? It is. Okay. And then the pool is over here. Yep, I'm playing some Resident Evil again today. Yep. Making some great progress. Wait, over here, right? I mean, there's the crank. There you go. My day was great. I got a haircut, feeling all sexy and shit. Hey, yo, W, nice. As you should, you know? As you should. Alright, the sound of the waterfall seems to have stopped. Okay, I did. Oh shit, I'm poisoned? Hold on. Wait, there's a blue thing over here. It's okay. I've been lurking on you for a bit, just hadn't said anything yet. Oh my god, you've been lurking? Hey yo, in my closet? Oh my god, Karai! Oh my gosh. You sussy. Alright. Elevator. No! Wait! No, wait. Do I have to go back all around? No way. Please, no way. Is it what? I'm dumb. Oh my god. Wait. No way. No way. I'm so dumb. The snake. Oh, the snake bites. Ah, the snake. Okay. Got it. Snake poison. Got it. Right. Yeah, I've been stealing your job and lurking in your closet. Yo. Not anything will kill you. I think snakes won't, but I'm not sure. Okay. Snakes, no kill. Snakes, no kill. I'm just gonna make a run for it. Or Jill gotta run for it. Let's hope Jill knows how to run. Fuck Jill, are you kidding me? Okay, Jill, okay. Okay. Here you go. How you been? I've been good. I've been really good. Sleeping a whole lot, staying up a whole lot, kind of being productive. Yep, kind of. Yep. You have neutralized the poison in your body. And then I could take this elevator up. There you go. Yup. I feel that? Yeah. I mean, I've been trying to be productive, but I'm a super night owl. You know? I work at night. But I feel more productive at night than I do in the daytime. So whenever I try to like wake up early, I literally do nothing in the daytime. I don't know why. Is that just me? Go. The sound of the waterfall seems to have stopped. Okay. And then now we take this elevator back. It's kind of sad that I can't like call it back up. You know, and I had to go all around. I'm very sad. Very sad. So many things I had to do manually. All right, and then the waterfall is gone. Oh my god! Okay. Nice, nice, nice. Let's go here. Hopefully, I don't die. Okay, where am I? Courtyard B. Wait, what is that? Typewriter? Item box? What is this? Okay, let me go back. Let me go back. Let me go back. Should I save? Should I save? Should I save? This is oh, blue. Yes. Okay. Oh. We have a green. I have a green herb in here. What is it? Green herb. Green herb. Combine. Damn. That barely healed me. That barely healed me. Oh my god. It's okay. It's okay. It's a-okay. It is a-okay. Okay. Yes, use the ink ribbon. I hate this place. Is it hard? Will I die here a lot? Oh god. Should I save? This is a trick question. Yeah. Oh god. Wait, what's over here? Okay. There's a hexagon hole here. Hexagon hole. Hexagon hole. Okay. I have no heals, but it's okay. Go here. Okay, I'm ready, guys. I'm ready. I'm pumped. I'm I'm excited to like kill some zombies. Okay. Which way should I go? Left or right? Oh, let's go left. Let's go right first. Oh, what's this? Okay, nice. shells. Nice, nice. Okay. Is that everything in this room? Okay. Right here. Door. You need a crank? Do you bring it? Crank? Wait, I think I have it. Yeah, I have the crank. I have the crank. Yes? What is this? What is this? Oh! Bullets! Should I go here? Okay, it's a dead end. I should be safe, right?
Is that you, Jill?
Who are you?
Is that voice Enrico's?
Enrico?
You're alive.
Stop! Are you with anybody, Jill?
No, but why?
Who is Enrico?
stars
This is the
are
first time I'm
right.
seeing him.
Someone
I
is
want you to know
a
Brad,
traitor.
Chris,
Umbrella set
Richard.
us up.
Enrico! Girl, turn around. Did you not see who shot you? Jill is,
Who?
Jill is a little... Oh yeah, we got lured here, huh? To be test subjects. A crank? Wait, he has another crank. Whoever did this is definitely a professional. Wait, he's holding something. It's another crank. Okay. Hold on. I think I have to put some stuff away. Ah! Fuck! Shit! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! God. Okay. Okay. It's really... Oh god. Ah no, he got hit with an ad. I got attacked. I got attacked by the... I forgot what they're called. The monster. Oh shoot. What is over here? This scared me. Oh yeah, more bullets! Yes, I will take it. How did I get back? The door? Over here? This side? Oh my god. Welcome back, Javier! Welcome back! Alright. Oh my god! Oh my god! Ah! Get up! Get up! Get up! I dare you! 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 Oh god. Okay. This is my safe zone, right? Okay. Okay. And then I could put the crank back. This. No, I might as well take this with me. Okay. And then I could put this away. Okay! Okay, Jill! Okay. Nice work! Nice work! Remember that the blue grass only removes the prison and doesn't cure like the green grass and the red one does? Okay, okay, okay. Okay, okay. Got it, got it. You don't occupy it at the moment? The key? Oh, I don't need the key? Okay, okay. I can put the key away. Nice, nice. More room, more room. Okay. Put this away. Oh shoot. Combine. Okay, now I got 4 slots. Hold on. Can I take the green grass with me? You still got the armor key? Yeah, I do. I still got the armor key. Am I supposed to use it somewhere? Because I don't know why I still have it. I mean, the helmet key? Yeah. Yeah, helmet key. It'll be after this? Okay, okay, okay. Okay, okay. Not gonna lie, guys. I drank so much water today. I kind of need to use the bathroom again. But it's okay, it's okay. Could hold it in. I want to play this. Over here. And then his body should be... His body? Should be here? Okay. Got a crank. What's in his hand? Oh, is that it? Just a crank? Oh, I guess that's it. Okay. Here. For this place, I will only tell you that you need skill and know how to use the camera. Okay. Damn, that's my weakness though. The freaking camera, that's my weakness. Alright. It's a stairway here. Elevator power source. It's a round lid. Open it? Yes. Okay, take the shaft. Yes. Sure, I'll take the shaft. What do I do with the shaft? That means I got everything here. Okay. I go back. Oh, is it this way? Yes, work the shaft too. The shaft. Can I use the crank here? No? Oh, the shaft? Oh. Symbol are carved on the side. What's this? Like 4, 4, 2, 3, 1. look at this one too. Okay. No? I can't use this? Oh, can I use it now? Was I not close enough? Oh, okay, okay. A little dirty joke in the morning. You know, I love dirty jokes. You wanna know another dirty joke? What do you call a bee that harvests milk? Boobies! Get it? Get it? Cause... Get it? Cause... Boobies? They have milk? And a bee? Get it? Get it? It's so funny. I love it. It's my favorite joke ever. I love your booby joke, Shen. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I love it too. It's so funny. What is this? Can I control this? I get it. Nice, nice. This is a huge boulder. Boulder. Huge bulge. Ayo! 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 I'm dead. So welcome in, One True L. Welcome in, welcome in. How are you? How is your day? What did you do? Tell me everything. What food did you put down first when you wake up? What kind of water do you drink? Oh my goodness. Her voice is crazy cute. Oh, no, stop. You're cute. Oh god. Okay. Okay, now I gotta... Where did I... Okay. Beware of the border. Okay. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. You learn from your mistakes. I got it, I got it. Put this away. Now, I might as well take this with me. Acid shells. Put this away. Okay. Okay. Okay, okay. Thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you. One True L. Why are you named One True L? Shouldn't you be One True W? Because W, 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 you know? Oh yeah, thank you for the follow. Harry Brown. Thank you, thank you. You guys are too nice. One True Levi. Oh, Levi. Oh. Oh, I see, I see. From Attack on Titan. Not gonna lie, I did not finish it. I'm not cute. You're cute. No, no, you're cute. You guys are all cute. Big boulder. Okay. Acid shells. Alright, alright. Yes, yes. No, no, no. No, no, no. You guys are all cute. Come on. Come on now. I was born way before that. Way before? Really? Well, you wanna know a very, 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 very deep secret? I am a very old woman. I am a 40-year-old man who roleplays as a cute little anime goat girl.
Is that you, Jill?
Is that voice Enrico's?
No, 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 I'm not cute.
Stop.
You're cute. You guys are all
Are
cute.
you with
Karai's very
anybody, Jill?
cute.
No.
Montreal's very cute.
But
Javier's
why?
really cute.
The stars
Harry
are finished.
Brown is really cute.
Someone is a traitor. Umbrella set us up.
Is it Barry? Is Barry the traitor? Enrico! Enrico!
Traitor? Who?
Yeah, I did. I died. I did die. I had to start all over. It's okay. I only left for a moment. I died to a rock, alright? A rock. Okay. It's okay. It's okay. Ooh. Ah! Fuck! You scared me again! Come at me! Come at me! Ah! Are you dead? Are you dead? Are you dead? Are you dead? Okay, nice. And then there's gonna be another one, right? Right. Oh my god. Way to go, Dad! Dad? Daddy? I think you mean father. Oh wait, I didn't grab this. Where is it? Right here? Yes. I will take it, yes. I constantly argue with people about me not being cute and they always think I am. Well, you know, the more you the more you refuse, the cuter you are. That's literally how it goes. You know? And then here. Yes, I will take it. And then go over here. Grab this thingy. Not as cute as me. Yeah, you're very cute. And you feel cute? Do you guys not feel cute? I mean, I don't feel cute. I feel badass right now. You can call me sugar daddy. Oh my god. Oh my god. Daddy, I mean, daddy, I mean, daddy, I mean, daddy. Oh shit! Joe! I don't have any more bullets. Hold on. Okay. So welcome in, Saint Carrots. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Hiya. How are you? How is your day? How is your night? How's your morning? How are you? I feel like Javier. Yeah, without money. Oh, no money, daddy. I mean, no money, daddy. No money, daddy. Oh my god. Sometimes I feel cute. Oh, nice. Yeah, you should always feel cute. Okay, I think I got everything. And then, oh, hopefully, hopefully I don't die again. Should I save? Should I save? No. I think it's okay. I'm gonna save. I am gonna save. Hold on. I'm about to die. I need to save. Okay. It's okay. I have three ribbons. It's totally fine. It's totally fine. Okay. Use the ink ribbon. Yes. 22. Shug aren't. Daddy. No money, no honey, right? Oh. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I do like money though. Who doesn't like money, you know? Money buys happiness. Feeling cute while playing RE is such a vibe. Exactly, right? Exactly. You should feel cute every single day, you know? Okay. Now I could go here. Oh wait, there's another green plant. Wait, now I got 2 green plants? Okay. No, wait. Now I have 3 green plants, don't I? 3? Or just 1? Oh, just... Okay. This is fine. This is fine. I mean, I ain't about the money. Oh, you ain't about the money for me? Oh my god, you wholesome freak! Oh my god, this guy is all about true love. Can you believe that? 2 green plant heal 75%. Oh. Is it better if I just save it for a red plant then? Because, you know? Yeah? Or no? I like money, not daddies. I like mummy. Oh, I like money and daddies and mommies, you know? I'm scared. Can I go here? Okay, what if I don't walk here? It's fun, right? I just keep going? Oh no. Fuck. Go Jill, go Jill, go Jill, go Jill, go Jill, go Jill. Wait, how do I avoid that? Huh. Okay. 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 Is Jill okay? She's dead, so I don't think so. But I think she's good. Oh my god. Okay, put this away. Oh yeah, I could put green plant away too. Alright. God. I don't remember those boulders sounding so squishy. Oh yeah, because I get squished. I got squished, you know? All my blood squirting now and everything. Walk it off, Valentine. Oh no, Joe. No, for real? So wholesome. Okay, trying this again. Okay, I'm gonna stay on the edge. I'm gonna stay on the edge. I'm gonna stay on the edge. How do I avoid that? Do I just have to be quicker? Is it just a skill issue? Okay. We're gonna try again. Alright. Alright, buddies. Okay. Okay. This. Put this away. Are you here? I do this. Oh, do I have to go closer? I'm literally right next to it though. Alright. Oh my god, come on, Shen. Okay. I got this. Where does love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No more. It sounds too meaty and... What? Meaty? Meaty? Oh yeah, I forgot to grab the green plants. That's okay. I'll grab it later. Oh, this way? Okay. Fuck! Are you kidding me? Ah! Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? How do I avoid that? How do... Okay. We run it back. We run it back again. Okay. Sure, moss covered, but still eel. But as Fred Durst? Who is Fred Durst? Who is Fred Durst? I don't know who that is. I'm sorry. Oh god. Love for some people, get it for some. It's a glove that just never fit, but I'm addicted to the taste of hoping it will last. Whoa, so sophisticated. I'll take a shower, I'll be back, I already closed the windows and doors by the way. Okay, Javier, have a good shower. I promise I won't peek. You need a daddy, not a boulder. You're right. You're so right. You're so right. Shen, why don't you try to make this stone and then go back and put things away so you don't do it every time the stone crushes you? It's okay. It's okay. It is fine. I'm fine with it. It's okay. I'm fine with doing everything over and over again. No, I'm trying to like touch it real quick. See this? How do I? Okay. How do I avoid that? How do I avoid that? It's so fast. Do I shoot it? Lee Singer and Limp Bizkit, you youngin'? I do not know who Limp Bizkit is. I'm sorry. Is that a band? Sorry guys, I am one of the, you know, Gen Z. Have you finished other RE games? I have not. I think I played 5 like co-op. Or like one of the co-op ones with my brother. And that's about it. I haven't played anything else. Oh my god, yes, it's a band. Band, yeah, just don't search it. It was 2000 cringe. Oh my goodness. Fred Durst, you must be ancient. Oh my god, ancient. Womp womp. Womp womp. He just called you old. Yeah, thank God I'm young, you know? I was born in the 2000s, guys. I'm very young. Okay. Maybe, okay, is it because I'm injured and I'm like limping and I'm slower? Is that why? Do I run faster? Slightly? Okay, let's see. Lies? What do you mean lies? I'm sure you're a good millennial, right? You know? Yeah. Or do I just go forward? Do I just keep going forward instead of turning? Go straight and then... Okay, if I run like this... Okay. Okay! Wow, guys, wow. Fuck you, Jill. You suck! Oh god. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. And yes, wait, no. Hold on! Cry? You're I'm sorry to say this. You're 35? Oh my god! You're 35? Ain't no way. What? No way. You're old. Oh my god. It's okay, Grand. I'll take you to prune your juice. To prune juice? Wait, what is prune juice? But Limp Bizkit is still around though? Are they old? Team 30s? Team dirty 30s. You guys are so old. Wait, you're also in your 30s? Hey yo. Oh my god. What are you doing with your life? Prune juice is juice? Oh. Sorry guys, I'm uncultured. I don't know these older terms. That's crazy, guys. I'm like, okay, I'm 21. Guys, you guys are so old. Oh my god. You guys are so old. Oh my god. That's it. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is so old. Oh my god. Oh my god. My mind is blown. Oh my god. Wait, what did I do here? Nothing? Yes, dirty 30s. We don't walk without canes yet. Okay, Grandpa. I'm just kidding. It's okay. There's nothing wrong with being older. You know, you're wiser. What the hell is this? Can I kill it? Ah! Yes, babies! Fuck! Jill. Run! Ayo! I killed it! Ayo! Come here. Get down, you little. Get down. This is another spider. It won't come down. Can I shoot it up there? Oh my god, I'm such a pro! Oh my god. First try? First try, guys? Holy crap! Oh my god. Oh my god, spider babies. Oh my god. W. Oh my god. What a horrible time to return. Oh my god. I got so lucky here. So lucky. Literal luck. Oh my god. Survival knife? Yeah, I'll take it. Is that it? I did all that? Just for this? Can I use the knife on here? Oh wait, I got 2 knives. Wait, why do I need this though? For this? Okay, that's freaking lame. Oh my god. Agree on the sword canes? Sword canes. Oh my god, that's actually... Oh my god, like a freaking katana umbrella. Oh, map? Courtyard. Yes, I'll take it. A better knife? I think it's the same. I don't think it's better though. Alright. Oh my god, aren't you crazy? Thank you. Alright, guys. I will BRB. I really need to go pee right now because I drank like 2 water bottles in the past like hour and a half. I will be back. Okay, I am back. How long was that? That was less than 2 minutes, right? Hopefully. Hopefully. Alright. Now I gotta have a blue herb. Oh wait, I don't have room. Oh my god. Thank you for the redeem. Thank you. Go piss, girl. Thank you. Go pee. Thank you. Good luck. Thank you. Enjoy pee. Thank you. That was a close one. She must be poisoned. Luckily, I am not. I'm not poisoned. Welcome back. Thank you. I hit her. Thank you. Yeah. You gonna hit me one more time? Huh? I dare you. Don't hit the goats. yeah, don't hit the goat, or else I'm gonna be a bad goat. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh god, I'm about to die. Can I go back? Wait, I can't go back here? Can't carry any more items? Hit another fellow goat? Another fellow goat? Are you also a goat? Oh my god! We're both greatest of all time? That's sheep noises? You're right. A goat goes blep, blep, blep. Blep. Oh my god. Unless the goat likes it. I mean, guys, one big secret. I'm a masochist. Another fellow goat? Yes, another fellow goat. I'm a goat. Yep, I did it for the meme. Okay, I did it for the meme, and now it's stuck with me. I'm a goat. Okay, let me put this knife away, and put this away. Okay. Trust me, I'm not a sheep. I'm not. Not a goat in sheep's clothing. So sheep noises. Oh my god. Oh, this way. I've been called a frog and a horse girl because of my flat pupils. Oh, me too. Like I have yellow. Yeah, right here. My yellow eyes. Right here. My yellow goat eyes. Everybody says I look like the frog from Naruto. Naruto, you know? Yep. So thank you for the redeem. Thank you, thank you. Okay, I'll take the green and the blue. Injustice? What do you mean injustice? Combine. Alright. I'm not missing anything here, right? Don't eat me! Don't eat! It's okay, it's okay. I don't eat people without consent. Nice gold eyeballs too. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. I did this all myself. Can you believe that? My model I made myself. A lot of hard work went to it. Kind of. Okay, another one? Where's my mouse? Here we go. I've caught a Scooby-Doo. Scooby-Doo? What? You've been called Scooby-Doo? Why is that? That's so like off. Oh my god, they're the border? Oh shoot, I thought it was gonna hit me or something. How do I... Oh. This way? What do I do here? Okay, this side is... Oh, there's an opening right there. Wait. Okay. Opening here? Oh, wrong button, one button, one button, one button. Here? Right here? Right here? Am I blind? Crank it? Crank it? Was it under me? Here? I'm so confused. Should I do it again? Oh, okay, 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 okay. Okay, it's right here, it's right here. No, 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 you were right, you were right. Fuck, 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 fuck. Fuck. Okay, nice, nice. Nice, easy. Easy, easy. So easy. Okay. So easy. Thank you for the redeem. Thank you, thank you. Alright. Oh. Oh, is it? Where am I? I'm in this room. Okay. Oh. What did that do? Think? Can I move this? Oh, okay, okay. Oh, okay, okay. Now how do I... Oh god, thank you, thank you. Thank you for the redeem, thank you, thank you. Creepy song? Yeah, creepy song. Okay, can I just spin again? No, no. Wait, what is this? It's crank? Oh, okay, okay. Okay, I know what to do. Okay. So I had to move that statue right there do the crank for it to push forward, and then uncrank it, and I could push it. Okay. I need to get it off the wall. Is that good? Should I do it one more time? Is it? Okay, okay. That's good. Nice. Oh no, wait. I need to do it again. Okay, and then we do this. Oh. Push it! Jill, push it! And then we push it here. And it, can I do it again? No, 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 no. Jill, stop. And then sway. Nice. Please stop, stop, stop. Okay. And now I'll push it off. Nice. Okay. Wait. Where Yoshi? The goat is alive. Oh, is that the Cherry DN? Welcome in, Cherry. Welcome, welcome. How are you? How is your day? Yeah. Where is Yoshi tonight? Oh, he was here earlier, but he went to sleep early. Yep. We should take the cylinder. Yes, I would take the cylinder. Wait, then can I combine it? This combines this. Okay. Nice. That's everything in this room, right? Okay, okay. Nice, 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 nice. All right. Just woke up. Good morning. Good morning. How is Italy? Hmm? How has life been for you? Hopefully not bad. First aid? Yes, I'll take the first aid. It took me forever to learn how to open this. I'm not even kidding. First aid sprayed inside? Yes. Can I use it? Use? Okay. That's everything here. Okay, okay, okay. Now I can leave. I don't live it. You don't live in Italy no more? What? Oh my god. Congrats. Congrats. Oh my god. Good morning. And here it is 1:32 p.m. Oh my god. It's 12:32 a.m. for me. 12:32 a.m. Now the day is just beginning, you know? I mean, to be honest, I woke up at like I woke up at like 1 p.m. Finally free? I know, right? You're free! Oh my gosh, Cherry. Congrats. Now you don't gotta suffer being, you know, an Italian living in Italy. The door... Which door did I come from? Oh, here, here. I can't, the goat is still here? Oh, heavier. I'm gonna be here for a long time. A really long time, alright? It's just a warning, alright? Just a warning. Alright. Here we go, over here. Can I put some of these away? Like this? Alright. Okay, and I think I could put that dinghy away. Yes. Oh, I could insert it. I hit the shaft. I could insert the shaft in. Alright. Is it this way? This way? Oh no no. Other way. There you go. Till 6 in the morning? Yo, I'm gonna be here till 6 in the morning. Exactly. Well, so today I won't sleep. Yo, no sleep today. Javier, no sleep. I mean, you know, you should sleep. But for me, no sleep. Should I try to go sleep at a reasonable hour challenge? Impossible. That is super hard. Alright. You know, like this past few days, I've been up until like 4 a.m. and then waking up at like 2 p.m. I'm not even kidding. Wait, what was it? It was 4? And then I know 1 was the last number. I think it was okay. See, my big brain, This is not totally out of like pure luck, alright? My big brain. See, easy. Alright. Same DJ schedule. Let's go. Yeah, I love staying up though. It's like, it's so fresh. Like, it feels great. And like, you know, it's just, you know, 1 hour is like super dark outside. The next hour is like super bright and it's 7
Barry?
a.m.
Thank God you're safe.
You too, Jill. A noise I
Barry?
heard brought me down here, but I didn't expect to find a place like this.
Yeah, sometimes I'd be waking up and I see this motherfucker
Any
out
idea as to
Valorant at
what might
5
be at the
a.m.
There's only one way to find out.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. You know, yeah, the grind never stops. You know. Buried there? Where did the other guy die?
What the hell is that
He
sound?
died at like in the cave next
be
to
a
us.
Jill,
Barry.
go check it out.
No,
Yeah,
you!
Surprises for one day.
You,
I'll stay
Barry!
here and secure our escape route in case something happens.
Okay,
Why does Barry never like stick with me? Like, why? Item box? Can I save? Can I save? Wait, can I go back and save? Yeah, I didn't save. That means. Wait, okay, guys, did I save when I killed a spider? Or I did not save, and now I have to. Okay. Damn. Oh my god. Okay, it's okay. It's totally okay. You know, I have luck. You know, I have the power of God, and anime by my side. Barry's no help. It's okay. I got this. Item box. Okay. Switch items. Okay. No saves. Yeah, no saves. First try. Okay, first try. Watch. I got this. You got this, baby dick. Thank you, Chaos. Thank you. Does he want me to go down here? Or through the door? Why did... Oh my god, he really took ladies first. Seriously. Oh my god. Modesty, I gotta behave. Yup. Let me look at my map. scared. Okay. What are you? What are you? I hear something. Ah! Die! Oh my god! Wait, she's immortal, right? Wait, she's immortal, right? Oh my god. Hold on, yes. Wait, it was that girl. It was the girl from the cabin. Where do I go? Where do I go? Oh my god. Wait, she's immortal. The girl from the cabin? Oh my god. I'm safe here, right? Where did I go? Oh my god. Should some advice just read? Okay. I don't know what point we're at, but we're at this point. We're at this point. Oh. I'm guessing I push this. Like this. Hold up, did you just blast 3 grenades on an immortal yeah, I did. Shed some advice. Thank you so much. Start it up. Oh. Thank you, Cherry. Thank you. This is like 65% health in one hit and she doesn't die. It's okay. I got this. You know, you gotta believe, guys. Not gonna lie, this is advice on point. Alright, where is she? Is she gonna come here? What if I go this way? Whoa, ma'am! Okay. Fuck. The camera, oh my god. There's another door here. Is there? Oh my god! Take this! Jill, take it. Combine. Can I go over here? Okay. Oh my god. Thank you for the hydrate, UA. Thank you. I got my trusty water bottle here. Thank you. Wait, didn't I just come here? I did, right? Fuck. I was trying to go to this room right here. This room? Alright. Now I gotta retrace my my steps. This was trust these. Thank you for the head pass. Thank you. Oh. Hold on. What was the lever for though? Okay. To the left. Over here. Okay. The door locked? The door's locked? How do I unlock the door? Is it this lever? Okay. When she locks you in, let her hit you and avoid it if you can. When she stays still, move off on that. Okay. You need an item to enter that door? Okay. I need an item to enter the door. Okay. An item to enter that door. Okay, let me just turn this. The lever is pulled down. chase me, come on. Come on. I know your father. Your father died. Boo-hoo. Okay, down here. Over 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 here. Okay. The lever was for the box on the wall. Oh yeah, I saw. I don't think I have. Barry! What a B word! What a B word! You just ditched me like that! What a weep. What the? What the? What the heck? What the heck? Barry? What the heck, Barry? Right in front of my face. He waited. He waited for me. He waited for me to come out. Oh my god. What the heck, Barry? What the heck? Like a parent abandoning the child at the mall. Yeah, exactly. Oh my god. God damn it, Barry. A berry? Yeah, a berry. Traitor. B-word? Banana? Yeah, banana. Haha. Haha. What I... Oh, no, stop, Jill, stop! Oh my god. What do I do here? Garbage compactor. Okay. Hey, remember with the plan he left you for a while? To get you a flamethrower? Yeah, he did! I remember. He was like gone the entire time. I think I put this here. I think I do. Seems like it, right? Don't let the goat abandon it. It panicked very easily. Yeah, cry me a river. Hey yo, flamethrower! Hey yo! Hey yo! Hey yo! Okay. Oh, it's broken though. It's broken. Damn. Huh. How do I get back? Huh. Barry, you little shit. What do I do with this flamethrower? Kill Barry? Oh my god, now you can't enter the door. Unfortunately, it doesn't work. It doesn't work? I could go through the door. Hold on, let me double checking. Alright. Oh, we'll see. Okay, where are you? Little sheet? Yeah, little sheet. He's a piece of cloth. Oh. Come here. She better not turn around. Is it over here? Over here. And then straight. And then can I go in now? Some kind of mechanical hook. The hook is stuck inside the hole. Okay, now how do I get out? to put this down then. You worked the shaft already? Yeah, I did. That's how I got here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that's how I got here. The shaft is for the electricity. I'm pretty sure. And then, you know, I got the elevator working, and then. Oh! Oh, is it timed? Oh! Oh, okay. I gotta rush. Okay. Fuck! Oh no. Okay. No, 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 go down, go down, go down. Sure, go down. She's right there, right? Okay. Oh my god. For fact, when I did the challenge of finishing the game without saving, I died at this point because I didn't sit here until it killed me when I was almost 80%. What? You played this without trying to save? Oh my god, you're crazy. Okay, okay. Ah! Ah! Run, Jill, run! Jill, run! This? Okay, open. Okay. Oh my god. Don't forget to follow the balls. What the heck, Chaos? I just saw that. Some like it, some don't. I mean, you guys like getting your balls fondled? Hey, yo, what is this witchcraft? The desk is cluttered with old beat-up dolls and loose candles. Okay. Kinda creepy. Okay. Okay. Hey yo, pretty water. Oh fuck! Oh my god, there's no snakes! Hold on. Shen, what Shen? You said you worked the shaft. Yeah, I know. Okay, but you guys are the one making it dirty. What are we talking about? Nothing happier, nothing. At least you're okay, 1-1, you'll probably die. Okay. Yeah, luckily she just touched me. That's okay. Candle sounds fun. Candle. Hey yo, sussy moment. Okay, snakes. I'm running. Okay. Where am I? Okay, I'm here. A knife? Yes, I'll take it. Can I look here? Here? This bed is still warm. Oh, a box? Yes, I'll take the jewelry box. Can I open it? Okay, I got the stone. Okay, just what I needed. A family picture and notes. There's something written on the back. November 10, 1967. What the hell is this? Progenitor virus administered. Jessica. Administered virus. Type A. Plasmolizing Plasmolizing of tissue during cell activation. Virus fusion, negative. Action, dispose. Lisa, administer virus. Type B, plasmolizing of tissue during cell activation. Positive, but delayed fusion. Oh my god. Oh my god, is that the Toji Fuji girl? Oh my god, the Toji? Toji? I'm a big JJK fan. I'm seeing. I would like to mingle. Welcome in, welcome in. Body modification. Absurd constant results status. Continue protective observation. Yo, yo. Hey there. Come here often. Welcome in, welcome in. How is your day? Progen it. No, I'm just gonna skip the weird chaos. My birthday is November 10th. Wait, your birthday is November 10th, Javier? What? No, my birthday is November 26th. We're like 16 days apart. Oh my god, it's crazy. That's crazy. Oh my god. George terminated. Okay, there's a journal left by someone. November 14, 1967. I felt dizzy after the shot they gave me. I don't see Mom. Where did they take her? She promised me that we would escape together. Did she escape alone and leave me behind? November 15, 1967. I found Mom. We ate together. I was very happy. But she was fake. But she was a fake. Not my real mom. Same face but different inside. I had to find Mom. Have to give face back to Mother. I got Mom face back. Nobody can have my mom except me. I touch her face to me so she doesn't go away. What? Oh my god. Oh my god. What the heck? Because Mom's sad when I meet her without face. November 17, 1997. From inside box sent a mommy, maybe true mother there. Stone box hard. It hurt. Still rope in the way. Can't see mother cause 4 stones. Oh my god. Oh my god. Scary. Birthday tomorrow? Ain't gonna tell Megumi about it though. Oh my god. Happy birthday, Toji Fujiguro. Maybe we can celebrate together. Wink, wink. I have a present for you. Wink, wink. Oh my goodness. Seriously? Almost the date mentions in the photo? Yeah. This is horrible. Oh my god. Horrible. Am I missing something here? Bunch of photographs together of a young girl. Her upbringing. Anything here? A bed, a journal. Oh my god. So many November birthdays. You know? I thought I was like the only one for like the longest time. Whenever I meet someone, their birthdays were always like, oh, like June or something. Or like July or like August. But can't carry anymore. Should I just eat? Yeah, I'll just take this. And then I'll take this. Yeah. Oh, but then I can't take this. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, let's go up. Be careful. Is she like in your closet? I will. I will. And in the bathroom. I will, guys. I will. I'm a lurker. Alright. Oh my god, I can save now. Hold on. Mine's in January. January. January? Chaos? Wait, it was in January and you didn't do a birthday stream? Or did you? And I just forgot. Alright, now we can save. Okay. Yes. Mine's in March? Oh my god, a March baby? Wait, then your birthday was like super soon. Like earlier then. Wasn't it? January, February, March, April, May. Yeah, it was like pretty recent, kind of. I did do a birthday stream. I just don't remember what I was doing, but it was drunk something. Oh, that much I know. How come I don't remember it? What? Is this just me? Alright. Now I got this. And then we could combine this with this. Alright. I still need to go over here. I don't know how. Okay, fuck you, Barry. F you, Barry. What am I missing over here, though? Okay. I know over here, the only thing I'm missing is the plant. And then I'm missing something over here. And something over here. Oh well, okay. You know what? Let's move on. Let's move on. Hopefully I'm not forgetting anything. The crank? No. Wait, what do I have? The crank? Okay. Now we leave. We leave. God damn! Oh my god, this camera. Girl. Was Shen drunk during this time too? I don't think I was. I don't even remember. I don't think I was. I don't was. Okay, for sure I wasn't drinking. I don't drink alcohol for a long time. What? The last time I drank alcohol was like, when was it? Was it Wednesday, I think? Oh my god, it was not a good day for me. I was like super hungover. This way. Come on, Jill. I don't drink. It's bad for your liver, they say. Yeah, alcohol is not good for you. Do not drink. Nope. It doesn't even taste good either. I don't know why people like drinking so much. You know? Now, this was a couple weeks ago. We got some people together. Me and Shen were doing drunk CK3. And that was so fun. That was so fun. Oh my god, we should do it again. But probably not soon. I'm drinking way too much than I should, you know? I bet Shen would be a hot drunk though. A hot drunk? What is a hot drunk? Shen is the giggly drunk? Yeah, I'm a giggly drunk. I laugh constantly for no reason. Hoots? Hoots or hot? Do you mean hoot? What is hoot? Like Hooters? Like a Hooter drunk? Why not both? Crazy. Hoot. Okay, now I could take this. Yes, I would take it. Okay. Open the door. Hooters. I want to go to Hooters. Maybe for my next birthday, I'll probably ask my friend if they want to go to Hooters. even think there's a Hooters next to me, though. I wish there were. Fanboy Hooters? My dream, guys. Okay, over here. Okay, now I could put these two medals under the stairs. Okay. Here. Come on, Jill. You could walk. You could run. Oh. News? News? If something is a hoot, it means a lot of fun, usually in a funny or crazy way. Oh! Oh! Is that why Hooters are called Hooters? Wait, that's such an old term though, cause I don't know. I didn't know what it means. What? Oh my god. Oh my god, the age. Oh my god. Okay. I don't need the crank anymore, right? I can put the crank away. There you go. Well, this will be well the good. This will be good. Yeah. This will be good. No, that's not why Hooters got his name. Oh. Cry, don't get her started. I mean, I'm Ocean. What do you expect? Yeah. Oh my god, Chaos. You and Karai are like the same age. Like, actually. It's actually insane. Me and Shen need to fight. Yeah. Because Chaos is very old and I'm like super young. You know? Are we really? Yeah, you guys are really, yeah, really. Two old men in their 30s. Okay, what is here? Okay, I have to go down. There's no other way. Alright. Shut the fuck up. Barry!
Jill,
You traitor!
you're alive.
Fuck you, Barry! F you!
I was worried because I thought you were.
Hey, yo, Jill! Oh,
Calm
God.
down. I didn't want to do it. Believe me, I can explain.
Don't lie to me.
What audience is this, man? This is a bunch of grown adults. What?
No time to talk. Jill, hand me my gun.
Guys? Guys? What'd I do? Oh my god. Yeah, we're about the same age. Yay, more playtime? Miss Lisa? Oh, your message got flagged. It's because you said the F word. You said the F word on it. Okay, what does your heart tell you? This choice will affect your ending? Does it actually? Damn. Give him his gun. Barry is the OG. Oh my god. Oh my god. Not about being an adult or not, but I'm still 19. Everyone here is about 10 years older than me. You know, me too. I'm still very young. Everybody here is 10 years older than me too. Guys, I'm only 21. Why are you guys all like 30s? Give the gun. Okay, but the thing is, I feel like Barry is very canon to like the story. You know? But he's been leaving me and all that stuff. Like abandoning me. You know? Huh. Damn. Shut up, you're legal. I like them older, by the way. Hey, yo. I like them over 18. For legal reason, right? Over 18, under 37. Alright. You know, I think I'm a nice person, alright guys? I'm a nice person. I'm gullible. You know, I'm too trusting of people. I'm gonna give the gun to Barry. Alright. We're gonna give the gun to Barry.
Thanks, Jill.
Why do I have to save him? Why am I saving Barry? Is she dead? Is she dead? Oh my god! I'm out of bullets. I'm out of bullets. Barry! Can you not shoot? Come here, Lisa. Come here. What? I'm trapped! Oh my god, fuck it. Is she dead? Nuh-uh. What the hell? She gets to jump? Barry, shoot her! Barry, you have a revolver! Shoot her! Wait, you don't remember what the photo said? You need to read it again? The photo? Hold on. Wait. Was it Lisa? Tissue during cell activation type B. Positive but delayed fusion. Observe constant results. Continue protected observation. I don't get it. I remember this part, the mom part. From inside sound mommy, maybe true mother here. Stone box heart. It hurt. Steel rope in the way. Can't see mother because 4 stones. 4 stones? 4 stones? Daddy attached first, mom attached second. Inside red and slimy, white and heart. Yo. But not true, mom. Where? Don't know, dad found mom again. When mom she moved on, why she's screaming? Why? Just want to be with her? What? Ever run. See ya, Toji Fujiguro. Bye bye. Have a good day. Have a good night. Have a good evening. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your window, lock your closet. I'm gonna like, or if you're gonna go out, watch your back, cause I'm gonna be watching. I don't get hollow purple on the way there. Hollowed purple? What is hollowed purple? Oh my god. And Jill? Wait, I need to read this photo? I wouldn't mind being with someone in their 20s. Oh my god, chaos? I mean, 12, like a 10-year age gap isn't that bad. Yep, take care. 4 stones. 4 stones. 4 stones. 4 stones. 4 stones. Where do I... Oh! This? Okay. Come here, Lisa. Lisa, come here. Hit me. Beat me up. Come on. Stop! Barry, stop shooting her. Oh my god. Come here. Okay. Come here. Lisa, beat me up. Oh, fuck. No, don't beat me up. Stop. Lisa, over here. Oh wait, I could have done it myself. Fuck, I'm dumb. Holy shit. I was making her push it. Oh my god, I could have done it. Oh, her mom is in there. That's a coffin. I didn't know. I thought that was just like a table or something. You know? I didn't think it was a coffin. Damn, guys, I just wasted the entire of my grenade shells. And a whole bunch of bullets. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's okay. It is a-okay. It is a-okay. She can also knock you very off the platform, by the way. Oh, okay. Want me to send the link to the YouTube video? Is the JJK edit? JJK edit? Oh my god, a JJK edit? Wait, I have a video that will help you understand what Hello Purple is. Oh, wait, I know. It's his freaking move. Never mind, I know. I know now. Okay. I don't know why. When I read Hollow Purple, I was thinking of Hollow Knight. You know the game Hollow Knight? Yeah. I'm dumb. Alright. And yeah, Dark Chaos, anything else I would be with is 24 or 25. Oh my god. That's oh my god. And not 21? Cry. Oh my god. Oh jeez. I think my last girlfriend was 28 or 29. Oh my god. Mommy? 28 when you met, 29 when you broke up? Oh, so... Oh my gosh. What is a girlfriend? Yeah, girlfriend. Okay, where do I go now? Is Barry gonna follow me? Wait, do I have to talk to him? Barry?
I don't believe that thing's really dead.
Of course not.
Leave this place up to me and go on ahead.
Okay.
Why won't he ever follow me? Wouldn't it be better if we just stick together instead of like going our separate ways, you know? You know? It's been about a year since I had one. Oh my god! Yeah, you guys, your relationship lasts over a year? Damn. Guys, my last relationship only lasted like 5 months. Oh wait, I'm here now. Okay. Nothing here. This is a large iron door and it won't budge. Do I leave? Do I get to leave now? What do I do here? Hello? Huh? What? Oh! A circular depression. There's a wolf-shaped emblem. Wait! Oh my god! That means I need the bird one, the eagle one that I had, huh? Wait, I didn't carry it with me though. How do I get out of this place? Eagle? Huh? Okay, I have to go back over here. Oh my gosh. Now, my beloved, you need to return to the mansion to use the helmet key one last time and find the other medallion. You only have one? Okay, okay. Is Barry's gone. Barry's gone, of course. He's... Oh no, he's right there. I did not trust him one bit. Alright. Let's go. Okay. I think my longest relationship was 8 or 10 years something. God damn! God damn! I've been engaged a few times but never... Oh god damn! Cry. Womp womp. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. How you holding up? Barry went to go do Barry things. Yeah, he did. You know, I'm gonna save. Okay. Go. Oh, here, typewriter. Yes. Okay, number 24. Okay. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I've never been engaged. Oh my god. Poor you, Chaos, poor you. Open it. Oh shoot. No, wait, I can't take the emblem back? Like the medals? Okay. Where have I not gone though? You need to go to the left side of the mansion where the colored gems were found. Where was that? Which room was that in? Was it this room? This one? Or this one? I think it was this room. Okay. It was upstairs, right? Those are no longer needed? Okay, okay. No, not poor me. Never really felt that type of connection with someone. Ah, I see, I see. Me too. I can't really imagine myself getting married, you know? Yeah. Or like having kids. I don't know. I think it's kind of... I can't imagine myself having kids. On the second floor, going up some stairs, there's some animal heads. You have to take care of the gems down the eagle again. Okay. I think I know which room. I think. Hold on, let me look at my map. Okay. This mansion, basement, floor 1, floor 2, floor 3. Is it in this room? This one? Saving yourself for the special one? Good mindset? Oh. Good mindset indeed. Is it in this room? Oh my god. Oh my god. Where the mirrors are? The mirrors? I can see being married and happy, not sure about kids. I go back and forth between wanting them, but not sure. Ooh, I hate kids. Oh my god. Oh my god. Can I go here? Oh my god, I just saw the monster. This room? The room is the mirrors? The room is the mirrors? What? There are mirrors that... There must be a door where the helmet key is being used. Oh yeah, this door, right? I went in here. And it took me to the elevator place. There's zombies there. There's zombies there. Ah! I'm dead. Fuck, Jill! Oh my god! Oh my god, Jill! Jill, please, Jill, please. Did you not reload your gun? Oh my god, Jill. Hold on. Okay. Okay. He's the only one, right? He's the only one? Ah! Fuck. I don't want to get hit. I don't want to get hit. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Hold on, wait. I could kill this dude. I could kill him. Fuck. No, I can't. I can't. Fuck. No. Why you do this too? Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Have you already been to the library? The library? Which room is the library? I mean, I've been to... Oh, is it this room? I have not. It wouldn't let me go in. Yeah. Yup. Yup. Yeah. I've been everywhere else. Except for this room. Hold on. I think I could kill them. Shit, I thought you were a masochist. Yeah, but I don't want to die, okay? You know? I'm okay with getting hurt. I just don't want to die. Come here. Oh, fuck. I'm dead. Stop him, Joe! Stop him! Are you dead? Oh, you dead? He's dead. Reload? Where's the other dude? I know he's not dead. I know you're not dead. Come out. Is he gone? No way! Okay. Yes, I'll take this. Yes, I'll take this. Combine. Alright. Yeah, I still need to go inside this room. But... it doesn't look like it'll open. The doorknob is broken. I can't go in here. Where do I go then? And I absolutely love kids. I mean, I'm really just a big kid at heart, and not to mention, usually kids absolutely love me. Oh my god! Oh my god! Cry a father? Oh my god! Oh my god! That's actually so sweet. I hate kids. I mean, they're alright, you know? Like, maybe one day I'll adopt a kid, but I would never give birth. I would never have a kid willing, you know, out of choice. Let's see. This goes down. Item box. This is green. This is where I am. This is green. Should I take the elevator? Shen, you hate kids, but if you hate on the little one, we gonna have issues. The little ones, that depends. That depends. If he's like, if the kid is like an evil little gremlin kid who like kicks, you know, my shins, then I'm hating on that kid. She? Oh, yours? Of course not. I mean, she's like a teenager, right? I mean, I love teens. You know? I love teens, and I love like, yeah. I love kids that can communicate with me, if that makes sense. You know? If they could communicate, I you know, I'm okay with it. Shen? Javier? Oh my god. I don't know where to go. I'm so stuck. I'm very stuck. I'm very stuck. Almost 14. Oh my god, she's going to high school. But Shen, you're a gremlin yourself. You gotta respect the gremlin nature. You know what? See, you get it. I hate my own race. Not to put that out of context, alright guys? Is there in the mirrors? Come back and I'll tell you where. Okay. In the mirrors? In the mirrors? Oh my god. Am I just... Okay. Taking the elevator again. Not gonna lie guys, I'm getting a little hungry. The only thing I ate today was like 2 microwave burritos. That's it. Okay, okay. I should be a race trader. Hey, you know, there's gotta be one odd, you know, the odd one out, okay? Is it here? This room? Javier? I have no clue. Okay. The room is the mirrors. The room is the mirrors, right? Is it this one? This one's kinda odd. Do I shoot it? No? I don't know what to do here. Over here? Do I go up? Do I go up? Like up here? Is that what I'm supposed to do? There? Okay, okay. Oh wait, this room? Wait, this room? This room? Okay, wait, okay. Wait, it won't let me do. Oh my god, I don't have the key! I don't have the key! I don't have the key! Okay. I don't have the key. I don't have the key. Oh my god, I'm dumb. Okay, okay. Okay. Go back, Shelby. Go back. Jill, go back. Okay. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I don't have the key. I don't have the key. I forgot. I put it away. I forgot I put the key away. I gotta go all the way back. Okay. It's okay. It's okay. How do I get down? Down here? Oh. Can I go down here? I could, right? This goes here. Goes down here. I could go here. Damn, that means that I have to go over here. Damn, okay. Okay, okay. Hopefully, no monsters. Hopefully, no monsters. Should I carry weapons? Good weapons? It's okay. I have a shotgun. I'll go grab the shotgun. Alright, over here. Over here. Oh, the spiky statue. I remember that one. Yeah. I was stuck there for so long. Oh god. Is it there? Is it there? Ah! It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We barely did anything. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Everybody, calm down. Everybody, calm down. Calm down. It's okay. Okay, what was I? And that was their Oko? 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 Wait, what is Oko? Okay, you know what? Since the chest is here, I might as well put this away. Okay. Medal of the Eagle. Okay, is the self-defense gun good or no? Oh, I have 12 rounds. Oh, what's the self-defense gun for anyways? Good, the Magnum rounds is for the... Go on. Click. Blue herb, green herb. Crank. Mansion key. Alright. One hit. KO. Oh! One hit KO. Oh. That's the first time I saw it written that way. Okay. Oh, my bullets. Reload. Okay. Careful. You should not waste bullets. Okay. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Gotcha, gotcha. Okay. You know what? Let me switch to this. Just in case. Just in case. Okay, over here. Over here. Hello? Oh my god, is that Raidern? Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Good morning. How is your day? How's your evening? How are you? Wait, did you save after Barry? Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. Of course I did. Oh shoot. Oh shoot. I'm in the wrong way. Oh, fuck. I'm in the wrong way. Oh fuck. I'm in the wrong way. Oh, no, I'm in the wrong way. Oh my god. Of course I did. I'm playing CS. Oh my god, you're playing CS? How is it? Are you winning? Oh, this room. Oh no, not this room. Over here. Okay. See, I just started streaming 5 minutes ago. 5 minutes ago? Okay, she always streams at like random times. Oh my goodness. If she's still like streaming when I end my stream, I'll probably raid her. We'll see. We will see. We will see. There's no further news for this key. This card? Yes. Okay, I don't know if that weight would be enough, but we'll see. She lives on the other side of the world in Tazi. Tazi. What is Tazi? Is that a place? Uh-oh. What is that? Should I take this just in case? Yes. Okay. Oh God. Oh my God! That made me jump! It's a snake! It's a snake! Ah! Ah! Jill? Jill? Wait, go in! Fuck. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? How do I kill it? How do I kill it? Ah! I'm out of bullets! I'm out of bullets! Green. What do I do? There's a bug on display in the glass. Can't get it right now. Can't get it right now. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I have to kill it. I have to kill it. Fuck! I'm shooting the ground. Wait. No. Oh, fuck! No, Jill, please. Jill! Oh my God, Jill! Oh my God, Jill! Turn around! Easy. Oh my God. Easy. Easy win. Oh my God. Easy win. Oh my God. Easy win. Okay, now I can look at this and open it up. Then I got a second. Wait. Can I not open it? Come on. There we go. There we go. Easy win. Medal of Wolf. Okay. Hold on. Let me just heal myself really quick. There we go. Oh my God. Bye, yawn. Happy claps. That's how it goes. Thank you. Also, thank you for the follow. Keen Crimson. DD. Oh, double D. Welcome. Now you can go back to the source and use that one and the eagle one. Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay, I got everything on here then. It's green. Now I can leave. Damn. Oh my God. Source? Really? Source? Source? Yes? To the place? To the fountain. Yep. I gotta drink some water for this. Alright. No, first try. Amazing. I'm such a pro. Oh my god. I'm such a pro at this game. Oh my god, guys. Am I a Resident Evil player? Oh my god. Is this me now? This is I? Oh my god. I feel so good. I'm not even kidding. It feels so good. Murder? Okay. Okay, over here. Can you open the door, Jill? In Spanish, we use the same word for fountain and source. Really? Really? I did not know that. Like, ¿Cómo se llama fountain en español? Okay, over here. How did I get back? How did I get back? Was it? Oh. How did I get back? What? Oh. It was through here, right? Oh, I'm done. Under the stairs. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm dumb. Okay. Okay, let's go here. Ads? Womp womp. Ads. Oh no, not the ads. Because of the things I like this, sometimes it seems like I say things without meaning. It's okay. It's okay. I read things without thinking. So if it makes sense, I read by using like context clues. You know? Fuente and fuente to investigate. Oh, I see. Oh, is that first name John Cantators? Yo, is that Miss Shen Obi? Yes, sir. It is I, the Shen Obi. Yup. Okay. Should I carry? I'm scared. Okay, I'm gonna carry this and the revolver. Just in case. Ha ha ha. Just in case, you know? Wait. Do I have a save? Shit. Do I have a save? Hold on. Oh my god, no, I don't. Okay. It's okay. It's okay. I could fight that giant snake again. It's okay. It's totally fine. How are you doing today? I'm doing great. I slept at like 9 in the morning. And then I woke up at like 1 p.m. And then now I'm streaming. Yep. Getting to where you're going, I think you can save again. Okay. Alrighty. You better not lie to me, Javier. You better not lie to me. Okay, I'm trusting you right now. Oh, Barry is still there. Okay, Barry. Okay. Follow the last area of the game. Is next, I mean? Okay. That sounds so you. Yo, I'm a night owl, guys. I can't help it. You know? It's just... Yeah. This one's an eagle. Wolf. And then... over here. Oh, wrong one. What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, what is this? Secret entrance? Am I almost finished with the game, guys? Can you please tell me yes? Is there more? Don't tell me there's more. How long is this game? Oh my god. Please, I've been at this for like 25 hours now. Oh my god. Is the elevator? Yes. Am I almost near the end? I feel like I'm almost near the end. Yep. Okay. The sign reads, "Will not open unless in first class emergency." Is there a door here? Oh, this is where I came from. Huh? Is that the only entrance? Oh wait, there's a ladder here. Wait, can I not go down here? Oh, I could. Maybe one more hour of play? Maximum 2? Okay. Okay. My plan is to beat this, okay? My plan is to beat this game today so I could play 2. Thank you so much for the sub. Thank you for the sub. Thank you so much for the sub. Oh my god! Karai with the gifted sub! Thank you for the gifted sub! Now Javier has no ads. Oh my god! Congrats! Thank you for the sub! Thank you so much for the sub! Okay. Yes, Mr. Ribbon? Yes. No more ads for you, Javier. Exactly. No more ads. I tried to make them as short as possible, you know? But the shortest I could do is like 30 seconds. No. Alright. Go here. It's greatly appreciated. Oh. That alert always gets me. Gets you what? Like happy? Or like... Are you dead? Oh, you dead? Please get up. Please get up. I know you're not dead. Please get up. Are you dead? He's not dead! I knew it! Are you dead? Like actually? Okay. Oh my god. It's like watching TikTok, dopamine rush. No, it took me like 2 minutes to record that. Thank you so much for the sub. Come here. I'm a camper, guys. I camp. Oh fuck, why are you shooting the air? Okay, get up. Are you dead? Okay, he's dead. Fuck, that used up so much of my bullets. God damn. How much do I have left? 6? F. Okay. It's okay. It's totally okay. I never get ads, lol, because I'm always in a stream, even I'm just looking. So I got the turbo shit. What? You got the turbo shit? Oh my god! Damn, he got mola. Oh. Okay, do this. I grab this one too. Is that everything in this room? It is not. It's over here. Another city? Okay. Yes. That's everything, right? Everything. Can I go here? It's locked. Okay, and the best part about it is that it still supports the streamer. Really? How much is it? Should I just get turbo too? I was thinking of getting turbo. I mean, I have Amazon Prime, but then my siblings, they used it, so I don't have it anymore. Goddamn! I shot his head! Did I not headshot him? Are you down? Are you dead? Are you dead? Oh god. Oh god, oh god. Switch guns. Come here, come here. Come here. Come here. God damn! Wait, this gun? Holy crap! It's crazy. It's over here. I think it's somewhere between. Oh my god, wait, that's so much! $12? $15 a month? That is so much. Never mind. I would rather watch ads. Oh, yeah, I'll take this. Oh my god, that's so much money. Am I missing something here? Okay. They give you a few bullets for that weapon, but that's fine. Use it as you want. There isn't much left in the game. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. What is this? Can I go here? We got more bullets! Yeah, of course! Oh, what is this? The Act Researcher's Note. There is now evidence that when the host loses consciousness, the body goes into a dormant state. During this time, the virus become active and rapidly transform and reconstruct the basic composition of the body. The host eventually mutated into a humanoid creature. We call them VX. Its speed and amazing muscular development are particularly noteworthy. After transformation, it becomes more agile and aggressive. Already 4 of our researchers have died from trying to feed it, turning the place into an instant bloodbath. Ever since this tragic and barbaric incident, we have decided to call its kind Crimson Heads. That dangerous and precious prototype specimen can't be left there. We have to figure out a way to deal with it. Termination is definitely not an option. We finally decided to freeze the specimen and confine its body inside the basement of the backyard cemetery. Basement backyard cemetery. Oh my god. So he's patient 0? Right? Right? Patient 0? Oh my god. This game making me look bad. Oh my god. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Saint Carrots. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, $11.99 USD a month. Oh god, that's so much. That is so much money. Okay, can I leave? Go back. Wait, I can leave? How do I leave this? Escape. Okay, okay. You almost hit it, but the username and password is in the room that you skipped. Oh! Oh, wait. I could just go back. The room that I skipped. No wonder. I was like missing something. I couldn't find it. Sherry says subliminal messages. As in messaging? As always? Hey, you know, you gotta send signals, you know? Am I missing something here? In this room, right? The angles are so bad. Okay. Huge spinning. Somewhere outside. Huh. The good thing is that I speak Spanish, not English. Wait, what signals are we sending? Nothing, Chaos, nothing. Ha ha ha. Nothing. Oh, first aid. Okay, what's in here? Yes, I will take it. Okay. Got herbs. Okay. I don't need it right now, but okay. Middle of news. And there's this. Can I not open it? On the side to work. Okay. What's in this room? It's locked? Should said fuck us all. Hey. I didn't do that. You don't got proof. Huh? What's the proof? Huh? Huh? Where is the proof, huh? You don't know anything. Wait, there's another door here. Here? It's locked? A power area is carved into the locked. Can I go here? What am I missing here? Oh! Damn! Okay. Is there a chest anywhere? I actually don't know. Yeah, I should have dropped my knife. I don't even use it. Sounds pretty upfront to me. You skipped the door again? I did? Did I skip the door again? With the 3 lights are and the door that doesn't open? Oh, wait, but it was locked, wasn't it? Or am I just silly? Hold on. Oh my god, oh my gosh. Just walk straight. Was it this door? Oh! Okay. Okay. To be fair, I didn't see it. I didn't see it. Okay. I did not see the door. I can't carry any more items. The X-ray? Okay. Sure, I'll take it. Oh fuck, this is right. Oh my god. The notepad. To news the electronic door, please place the initials in alphabetical order. Okay. Oh, wrong button. Which one's this one? Clark David. Clark David. Okay. What if I put Clark David here? Ed? Yes, C has to go there, right? Right? A, B, C, D, E. Okay. And this one's Gail Holland. Oh no, 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 no. I didn't mean to click it again. Okay. Okay, go. This one goes here. Did I work? Did I work? Can I do this? Yes? Part of it is glowing red. 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 What does this mean? Okay. Oh god. Radiografía en español. So just a radio picture. Alright, researcher's letter. June 8th, 1998. My dearest Ada. Ada Lee? Ada. By the time you read this letter, I will no longer be the person you once knew. The result of my test came out today, and as I suspected, it came out positive. I feel like I'm teetering on the edge of reason. Just thinking about my impending doom. I would give anything not to have to become one of them. As far as I know, you are not infected. I sincerely hope things do not reach such a desperate pass. But if it has to turn out that you are now the last person remaining alive, I want you to get the material from the visual data room. Then activate the self-destruct system in the power room and escape from here. Please do everything in your power to make this whole incident public. Oh, accident public, I mean. If everything is still running normally, you should be able to release the lock using the security system. Italy? I don't know. I actually don't know. Guys, I don't know why I said Italy. Okay, I was hoping you guys didn't notice. Okay? Okay. Ada Wong. Alright, alright. Moving on. There's just one more thing, and it's just my last request. I know you never had to lay eyes on me at this day, but just if you do happen to run into me in my heated form, I beg you to put me out of my misery. I hope you understand. Guys, let's move on. Thank you, Ada. Yours truly, John. We're moving on. Okay, nothing. No. We are moving on, guys. Let's pretend I never said anything. Okay? John, Ada. John, Ada. John, Ada. Bro, breathe. I'm breathing. Okay. She saw the letter. No. I don't know what you're talking about, Chaos. I never said that. I forgot what the the letter said. Hold on. The laboratory. Haha. Okay, this. Don't make me clip it. No. Where was it? Okay. Password. As a safety measure, I have coded that password into an X-ray picture. A end genogram? What the F is that word? I know you, and I'm sure you'll be able to work it out without any trouble. Password into X-ray. Okay. You will need another password to release the lock of the door in the basement. The visual data room is located. Okay. I set up the terminal in a small security room so that you can log into the system using my name and your name as the password. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Is John and Ada? Hold on. Let me read it again. John and Ada. John and I did not say that. Guys, I did not say that. Nuh-uh. Hey Shan, who is Ada Wong? Ada Wong is from it's with Leon Kennedy, right? Resident Evil 4? Okay. Alright. John, Ada. Username and password for the terminal. You need another password to release the lock of the door in the basement and level 2 where the visual data room is located. For safety measure, I have coded the password into an X-ray picture. Okay. I need pen and paper. My pen and paper. Okay. X-ray picture. I'm sure you'll be able to work it out without any trouble. Without any trouble? Oh my god, it's already so much trouble. Okay. Okay. She's from Leon? Is she not? I thought she was. Is she... I know who she is, but do you? I do? I know who she is. She's the Asian girl. That's all I know. She's from 4, right? RE4? I feel like you guys are like gaslighting me, and I'm very gullible. So she's Leon daughter? No, she is not Leon daughter. Leon is white. She's Asian. Guys, come on. Shit, I'm sorry you had to find out this way. Oh my goodness. Chaos. Okay. I would never do that to you. Sure, buddy. Sure. Okay, this guy name... Hold on, this guy name is Clark David. Clark David? I need to write this down. Clark David? What is that? Is that the spine? The throat? The spine? Spine? Wait. I could change it? Okay, AB. And the second one is C. No. AB. CD. EF. GH. I'm so confused. It's in alphabetical order, right? Oh. A, B, C, D, E, F. A, B, C, D, E, F. G, H. Huh. Okay, so A What is glowing? Ada might be biracial. Really? Oh. Oh damn! I thought she was white too. Okay. Okay. All I know is that she's Asian. Okay. You know. Yeah. AB, what is that? What is that glowing? Is that like the where the? I don't know what that is called, guys. I'm gonna put down under. Down under. AB down under. And then what is this? This is like the spine, right? Glowing red of the spine. And then no, I clicked the same one, same picture. Part of it is glowing red. What is this? This is liver? This is liver, right? And then this is lungs. Huh. Colon? Oh, maybe. Wait, you might be right. Colon? It'd be the ball. Is it actually? It might be butthole, but I just put that as a alternative. Gee, if only there was a clue in this room that could tell us. Oh my god, wait, is there a clue in the room? Oh my god, you are right! You're right! Okay. You're right! Okay. Okay, so I got liver, I got lungs. It's a colon, okay. And then what is that? Esophagus? Okay. Place the initial in alphabetical order. Okay, so it's C-E-L-L. Okay, right? Oh no, wait. No, my bad. I'm dumb. Never mind. I already did that. Okay. I got everything in this room. Okay. Okay, who's colon? My colon. Colon. My colon. Colon is your mom. Oh my goodness. Guys, do you have a liver? Yeah? You need a liver. Ah! Why is bro alive? Ah! Ah! Is he dead? Is he dead? Are you dead? Are you dead? Okay, okay. Nice, nice. He's dead. Alright, Edward Cullen. Edward? The vampire? Okay. The pastor is... Oh shoot, I did the wrong one. Back. John. First name John. And Ada. Alright. Oh, which door? Oh, it's the second floor, right? Second floor. Permission denied. Please enter password. Guys, what is the password? I just... Is it... C? E? Oh! So I was right! Okay. Okay. I was unsure, guys. I'm very hesitant, even though I'm like, right. Don't drag me into this, ma'am. I'm sorry. First name John Cantators. Oh. Wait, no. Fuck! Okay. What was it? Fuck. Okay. C E L L. How do I leave? How do I leave? How do I escape? This? Yes? Which door was it? Which door is it? Is it? Oh fuck. It's over here. Wait, what's this? Yeah? Anything else? Okay. Did I get everything here? Wait, I'm missing something here. What am I missing? Okay, part of the corpses. Appears to be broken. It appears to be broken. Am I missing something? Oh, okay. Yes, I'll take this. Okay, more green plants. I mean, thank you. I don't really need it, but okay. Alright. That's everything, right? Okay. Okay, now you have cures. Very good. Thank you. I learned from the best, right, Javier? Okay, which door is it now? Oh my god! Oh my god!
Thank you so much for the sub. Thank you for the sub.
Oh my god! Welcome in, Hagamuera. Oh my god, Jay, welcome in. Thank you for the sub. Thank you so much for the sub. welcome. Okay, store is locked. Oh, this is the power room, right? Wait, which door did I open? Was it the door that I was in? The last door? Over here? This door, right? Just stop by. Good night, Shen. Have a fun. Shen, have fun. Thank you. Good night. Have a good rest of the day. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closet, cause I'm gonna lurk. Thank you for dropping by though. Thank you. Wait, what door did it? Hold on. Let me let me read again, guys. Let me read again. It was on the second floor, right? Second floor. Okay. Oh shoot. Oh no, wait, I did this already. Oh. Okay. Basement level 2 where the visual data room is located. Visual data room. Second floor. Visual data room. Second floor. Visual data room. Did you open the door to the second floor? It's upstairs. Yeah. I'm heading towards there right now. Visual data room. Uh-oh. Come here. Ah! Hey, yo! I'm cracked! Oh my god! Okay. Basement floor. Visual data room. This dude is not dead. I know. I knew it! I knew he was not dead. Okay. Is it here? This door? Wait, no, this is where I came from. Wasn't it? Which door did I not... I did come here. Okay. Downstairs? Wait, no, wait. I did go downstairs. Oh, this door. Okay. This door. Alright. Oh, more heals? Wait, what's this? Another CD? Okay, can I put these away? Hold on. I gotta put some stuff away. They keep giving me more stuff. I don't need them. Okay. Go save the cures. You have many? Yeah, I'm gonna put one away. I wanna hold at least like 2. You know, just in case. You know what? I'm gonna put this goddamn knife away. I don't need it. I haven't even used it once. And put this away. Put this away. I'll put this away too. Okay. Ironic because a few hours ago you had nothing. Yeah. Yo. For some reason, I play extremely good when I'm like dying. You know, I'm like on the brink of like death. It's so weird. You know, it's like it's triggering my muscle memory. You know, my skill. You know, it's intense luck. You know. Yes, I will take this. I will also take this. Anything else here? Anything else? View it. Umbrella Corp. Okay. Oh my god, the doggies. Neptune. Hunter. Tyrant. Bio-Organic Weapon Research Group Development Staff. Okay. 0. Should I write this down? Hold on. I'm gonna write it down. 8 3 4 1 7 0 6 2 3. Just in case, you know, just in case. Just in case. How much would a hunter cost? I don't know. $8? Just in case, yeah, just in case. Is that adrenaline? It really is. Alright. Anything else here? Shotgun shells? Like, is there a way for me to go in here? Okay. Is that it? What's this? Pascal entry terminal. Yes. Oh god. Yeah, thank god I wrote this down. Oh my god. Okay, what was it? 8? Fuck. I messed up! Okay. Wait, it's only 4 left. Wait, it's only 4? Wait. It's only 4? 4 numbers? It's only 4 numbers? It's only 4 numbers? Where do I find 4 numbers? What? The last numbers? Hold on. Let me try. The last 4 numbers? The last 4 number is 0. Hold on. Hold on, let me retry. Okay. 8, 3, 4, 1. No, it's not gonna work. I don't think it's gonna work. I don't accept less than 100. My ass cannot afford anything more than $1. You know, me too. I have like $5 in my bank account right now. Must be something else then. Say I'm missing something here. Can I go here? There has to be a way for me to go in here, right? In this door? Huh. Okay, what about this? Oh, it's a map? Okay. Okay. Floor 1. Oh, basement 1, basement 2, basement 3. Oh god, it's so much bigger than I imagined. Oh my god. Welcome in, breaded chicken 98. The code is 6969. Oh my goodness. Wait, did you look in the hard drive? In the hard drive? In the hard drive? Can I even look at it? Hold on. No, I think I need to. I need a player or something. A CD player. You know? So welcome in. How is your day? Breaded chicken 98. Okay. So I can't go here. It's blocked, so I probably have to come here later then, right? Let me look in this door. Oh shoot! Security protocols. Level 1. Heliport for oh my god, executive news only. This restriction does not apply in the event of an emergency. Basement level 1. Passage to heliport entry is prohibited unless accompanied by a consultant, researcher, or the chief of security. Unauthorized person entering the heliport will be shot on sight. God damn! God damn! The shed, there was a number on the slide. Oh yeah, but the number has like 10 numbers. And I only need 4 numbers. As well, that's good, that's good. As long as, you know, your day isn't bad, you know? Elevator. The elevator stops during emergencies. Basement level 2. A visual data room for news by the Special Research Division only. All other access to the visual data room must be cleared with the Keith Irving, room manager. Prison Sanitation Division controls and the news of the prison at least one consultant researcher, E. Smith, S. Ross, Weskers. Oh my god, that's right! Weskers! Wait! Is Wesker the traitor? No way! No way! Must be present if viral news is authorized. Triple locked door. Entry to the room is limited to the sole person who deactivates the lock with all of the passcodes. Okay. Accessing the exclusive output terminal located in each section of the senior researcher deactivates the lock. Power room. In this room, natural compound is used as the primary source of the power. Access to limited headquarters. This is so much! Passcode, output terminal, news, and access to the output terminal is limited and authorized senior researchers. Basement level 4, regarding the progress timer after the administration of the T-virus eligible. Okay. Yada yada. Wesker with these people. Oh my god, Weskers. All security. Camera recordings? Can I look at this one? No? No? Okay. Is that everything? Okay. I think that's everything. There's nothing much I could do here. What is going on? I think you need other disc. I think it was just one at the moment. No, on the mode disc, the thing you click that moved the disc had a number on it. Wait, did it? Wait, did it actually? Oh, 1200. Oh, wait. Oh my god, it kills your big brain? Wait. Wait. I was reading, guys. I was reading. Wait, it was 1, 2. But I don't have 0. I only have 1 through 9. I don't have 0. Womp womp. Okay. that isn't gonna work. Nope. Hold on. Let me look at this again. Okay. Okay. I don't think it is anything. The bottom door open too, right? Maybe. I don't know. So I went inside this door. No, the bottom is where we came from. This is basement 2. And then this is where we came from. These discs have to be put in machines for them to work? Yeah. They need to be in a machine. Okay, we went inside here. What this door? It's locked. Power area carved into the lock. This one too. Power area carved into the lock. Wait, what about the room in this room? It was a closed door too? Oh, damn. Okay, we went inside this door, right? And then not this one? Okay, this one was locked. Okay. And then we can't go through the giant door. Do I have to go up? I don't know what to do. I'm gonna put the disc away. I don't think I need the CD. So. Oh no, wait, I went the wrong. Did I go the wrong way? Oh yeah, I did. The password, it mentions floor 3, right? Actually? I don't remember. I don't remember. Hold on. Let me put this away. Okay, since I don't need this. Is this the same one? No, it's not. Okay. And then I don't need this. And then shotgun shells. Shit. I'm almost. Should I just bring the shotgun with me? I'm gonna bring the shotgun with me. I'll put this away. Okay. Okay. Combine this. Okay, what is it? Laboratory? Huh, let me read his letter again. Use the shotgun instead of the. Okay. I will. Okay, so I have to set up the terminal in the small security room so that you can log in with the system design name and the password. You need another password to release the lock at the door in the basement level 2 where the visual data room is located. As a safety measure, I have coded the password. Okay. I hope that you will never ask me in this day. If you do happen to run to me my hidden point, I beg you to put me out of my misery. I hope you understand. That's it? That's it? That's it? What? Okay, security protocols. Oh. Elevator. Visual data room. For news by the Special Research Division only, all other access to the visual data room must be cleared with Keith Irving, room manager. Is it? Accessing the exclusive output terminal located in each section of the senior researchers deactivates the lock. The lock? What? Go to the news's room again, and the password, according to me, open floors 2 and 3. Okay. Floors 2 and 3. Oh. But how do I open floor? Wait, don't I need a password for the 3rd floor too? Or no? Oh. Go on, Jill, go on. Okay, over here. If not, I'm stuck too. Oh god. Oh no. No. Okay. We're back over here. Log in. Fuck, I keep clicking the wrong. Okay, JOHN. And then Ada. Verified? 4-3. Unlocked? Okay. 4-3 unlocked. Okay. I unlocked the 3rd floor. How do I get to the 3rd floor? Wait, how do I get to the 3rd floor? Wait, I'm already in the 3rd floor. Right? That means I could go in through this door? Okay, I'm here. Go straight. Store? I can't. Power. I'm so lost. Can I go in here then? This door? Wait, I could! Okay. Okay! Yes, I will take the ribbon ink. And I'll take the shells! Of course! Okay. What is all of this? Is there a typewriter in here? No? This too? Oh, there's a zombie here. Come here! Come here! Come here! I heard you! Oh god. I'm so sorry, bro. I'm so sorry, bro. I'm so sorry. Okay, what is this? Facts? To Sanitation Division. Manager of Sanitation. Raccoon Disaster. Okay, committee. The content of these facts are confidential and intended to be named addressee only. Any copying or disclosure of the content of this fax to any third party is strictly forbidden by the sender. After reading the content of this fax, it must be destroyed immediately. We expect significant increase in the damage done by the recent T-virus outbreak than initially estimated. There are several concerns. First concern, more than half of the researchers have been affected by the T-virus and died. It has always been reported that almost all of the survivors in the accident are starting to show symptoms of the T-virus infection. Second concern, our secret security patrol team has also been completely eradicated. Therefore, our most secret research is in danger of public disclosure. Quick actions are demanded to prevent mass media coverage. Third concern, there's a high possibility that most of the specimens are running loose inside the compound. We expect any casualty to follow. Oh, we expect many casualties. Okay. However, unfortunate, these casualties underscore the success of our research results. Action must be taken to prevent our research results from being made public. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, his head fucking explode. I'm sorry. We suspect that the first official intervention will come from the state police and STARS. We strongly recommend taking measures against them first. Okay. Alright, alright. Anything here? If you had an ammo disc, you could transmit the passcode into the system! Okay. Okay. Okay, okay. Okay. Now I have this. Slide cartilage. Okay. Okay, I gotta put some stuff away. I gotta put some stuff away. Goddamn. Goddamn. Oh my god, so much progress. Oh my god, am I gonna beat this game tonight? Oh my god, am I gonna beat it tonight? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I'm like so excited. I feel like I've been playing this game forever. Oh my god. Okay, over here. This way. Okay. I have my shotgun. I don't need this. We put this away. Should I save? I'm probably gonna save, okay. Since I have like 5 ink ribbon. Damn. Oh, let me save first. And then... Yes. 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 Okay. Yep, just in case, you know? You just needed someone to hold your hand during the playthrough. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. Okay. I need this. I need this. I also need this. Wait, I have 3 discs. Does it matter which one I pick? I have 3 of them. They're both the same, right? Or are they different? Hold on. 120. 120. Okay, I think they're both the same. Oh, that means I could put one away. Okay. There you go. Whatever works. I don't remember. You have to use them all there. Okay. Let's try this out first. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. It only takes 1? Oh, okay. Okay, okay. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, here we go. Okay, this room. Oh my god! Yeah, guys. I say oh my god a lot. I don't know why. Back then, I used to say Jesus a lot. Like, oh my god, Jesus! Jesus! Like, I don't know why. It's a habit. It's a habit, you know? Slide filter. Yes, I'll take it. And then over here. Okay. News. What's the passcode? What's the passcode? What's the passcode? Wait! Do I need all three? I need all three! Right? I need all three. Oh my gosh. Jesus. Jesus. and now I got you saying yup yup a lot. Yeah. Yup yup. Yeah. That's chaos. Okay. What is over there? Oh, it's the giant iron door to leave. Wasn't there something like that in the refrigerator? I think so. In the refrigerator? No, it's the... It was the... No, I don't think so. Yeah. It unlocked the big door. The big iron door that I couldn't open because I needed like three switches or something like that. Hold on. I think I know what to do. Hold on. I might be right. Big door. Shen? Question? Chaos? Answer? Yeah? Okay. And then I could go in here. Okay, over here. And then I could do the... I could put this on. Yeah, okay. What's the number? Okay, right here. 8462. Okay. Do you think you'll finish tonight? Yes? I hope so. Yeah? Yup, the code. What was it? 8 4 6 4 6 2. Okay, see? I'm getting it. What did that open? What opened? Was it the power code? Less than an hour. Okay. I low-key want to finish this in like... Well, okay. I was planning on streaming 7 hours today. We're almost there. We are almost there. I was trying to beat me. I was just trying to get a little... Oh, it was just getting a little late for me. I was wondering if I should stick around. Oh, that's all up to you, Chaos. Wait. I could have grabbed the other disc. Hold on. I forgot to grab the other CD. Oh my goodness. And she's totally blind. Damn right, I'm blind. Don't you see me? I'm wearing glasses. Come on. Okay. Homegirl over here is a little handicap, okay? Okay. Okay, disc. If I don't need this, then F my life. F. Oh, that's why I asked, lol. If it was gonna be longer than an hour, then I would have called it here. That's okay, Chaos. That's okay. You need to leave? It's okay. It's totally okay. You know? Nada? Oh, nah? Less than an hour? She's going at a good pace? Yeah. See, I know what I'm doing now. I know what to do now. You know? I know what to do now. I'm getting it. Okay. It's not okay. I need to be here for the W. Oh my goodness. I appreciate that. Can I also miss this? No? Okay. Do I not need this? Okay, that was the point of me grabbing it. Why did they give me 3 then? What's the point of giving me 3? If I can only use 1? That don't make sense. Oh my god. Damn. Oh my god. Pull it. I need to pull the other 2. Okay. Huh. Oh my god. Like, with In Sound Mind? Oh, I love In Sound Mind. In Sound Mind was such a great game. Great game. I was watching my friend Karu play it earlier. And oh my god, he did it so much faster than than me. Oh my goodness. There must be more to those things. Yeah, I know. There should be, right? Hold on, let me go back and put these away. I don't think I need them anymore. They're just like wasting my space. Visage, I think it was too. Yeah, you were there for Visage too. I could have been at the end of Visage. Yeah. Visage was such a good game. I loved it. I had dreams about Visage. That's how much I loved it. You know? Alright. And I think now the power room should be open, right? It should be, right? Was it Visage the one I had to look up the mask pieces for you? Yeah. It was hard, okay? It was hard. I had like no clues, nothing, you know. It's locked? Huh. What did it open? Is it in here? Oh shit, wait. Oh, I think it was the video room. Wait, I gotta go all the way back. The little room that I couldn't go into. Alright. You paid 0 attention when you inserted that code, did you? Yeah, I was reading chats! Okay? My eyes cannot look at 2 things at the same time, okay? I was reading chat! Okay. In fact, that's why I found you. I was looking for someone playing Visage and you came out. Whoa, was it... What? Was it actually Visage? Oh my god. Visage was such a fun game. By the way, who's gonna be your duo for Resident Evil 5? I actually don't know. Okay, what is this? laboratory key? Is that it?
What? Get away from me! No! Hey! No!
Oh no, Kenneth! They killed Kenny! Oh no! They killed Kenny! Rip. Okay, now we got this room done. Okay, and I got a laboratory key. What is this for? A power room? Okay. There we go. Let me know when you pick it up. I'm down to play through again. Oh! Nice, nice. We will see, we will see. I have to finish 2, 3, 4 first. Before I play 5. Poor ugly thing. Those bastards! R.I.P. Kenny. R.I.P. Kenny. He tried, you know? He tried. You know, if only we stuck together, you know? Like a true team. You know? 4 isn't all that difficult, just annoying. Oh. What the hell's that? Excuse me? Excuse me? What do I do? Okay, more shotgun shells? Yes. Can I climb up here? Oh my god. What is this? Yeah, there's a door here. I can jump down? Okay. Great game though, just the escort section kinda sucks. Oh. Ah! What are you? Ah! Ah! Oh my god. I hate bugs. I hate bugs. I hate bugs. I hate bugs. Oh my god. Ah! Jill! Oh my god. Oh my god. Am I hurt? Am I hurt? Oh, I'm fine. I didn't get hurt. I'm just that good. Oh my goodness. They have an interesting grab attack. Oh, I see, I see. What is it? They pull me down or something? And it's kind of sussy? Is that what it is? Oh my goodness. What the hell are those things? They look like cockroach, not cockroaches, like grasshoppers. That's what they look like to me. Okay, I can't come here. Alright. Bug panic. Yeah, it's a bug. Yeah, it looks like a bug to me. Like a bee or something? You know? Okay, this door is locked. I have to go up here. I came from here, right? Oh no. Oh, I did. Okay. And then I go here. Wait, huh? No, I came from this one. I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Wait, where did this one go? Over here? Did they both lead to the same place? Am I tripping? Where did this one go then? Huh? Wait, I'm so lost. They both lead to the same place? Okay. Okay, over here. You right? Yeah, I'm always right. Never left. Okay, where am I? Okay, I'm in here. Okay, Jill. Okay, yes, I'll take the battery pack. Anything else? Oh my god! Oh my god! I knew it, I knew it. I should have taken it with me. I should have taken it with me. Oh my god. Oh my god. If only I had more space. Should I go back then? Okay. Okay, I think I know. Oh my god. So much going back and forth. Alright. Resident 1 inventory very small. It is very small. Damn. Jill. Why couldn't you carry a backpack or something? Like a fanny pack or something. I know. Wait, can I open this door then? Discord? Yes, Discord. Okay, now I have another slot. Oh, over here. Alright. Going back to the start again. Haha. So much walking and running. It's okay. I'm determined. I'm so determined to beat this game tonight. I'm so determined. Okay. Where is it? Where did I put it? Ink ribbon. Here? Here? Okay. Oh god. Oh my god. Almost there. Almost. Damn, why can't I just TP? God damn. This is like playing Red Dead Redemption and I have to ride my horse everywhere. You know? Because people didn't know how to fast travel. Okay, here we go. I still need to go back and beat Red Dead Redemption 2. Really? You never beat it? Oh my god! Chaos! It's such a good game! Such a good game. Come on, even I beat it. I tried replaying it back again, but then the mechanics annoyed me because you have to pick up every single items individually, one by one, and yep, it was quite a journey the first couple hours. But the story is really good. The Easter eggs were so good. Okay, let's go back. Here we go. I got a good way into Blackwater, but I don't remember where I left off. Oh my god, wait, you got pretty far though. Oh my gosh, you're like almost near the end. Like actually. I will probably start over if I went back to it. No, what? It's gonna be such a journey. Okay, go up, Jill. Okay, now I could go inside the other door I opened, and I'm pretty sure there's another one. Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me. Okay, over here, down. This door, this door, this door. Oh my god. I haven't touched the game for years. What do you mean? Wait, you haven't played it for years? Honestly, me too. Last time I touched it, it was like, I don't know, 4 years ago, I think. Can I go in here? But it was such a fun game. I loved it. Okay, I could go inside here. In here. What's over here? Elevator? Oh, that's right. Elevator. Right hand side. Oh, oh, oh. Yeah, the game came out in 2018. Damn, 2018? Wait, I can save here? Okay. Might as well save. I have 4. Where's the typewriter? Is there a typewriter here? Oh, is it here? No, I didn't mean to pick that up. I'm trying to go to the typewriter right here. Oh my god, more ink ribbon? Oh my god, I have so many ink ribbons. What? Okay. Wait, I'm like rich. I'm rich in items right now. I'm so rich. Oh my god. Okay, and I have this too. More aids. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, and then more grenades. Yes. More shotgun shells. Yes. Oh my god. You're rich, bitch. A rich bitch in items. Yes, I am. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, anything else here? Various type of chemicals. Anything else? Okay, I believe I got everything. I believe. Alright. Alright. I am prepared. Okay, from now on, there will be many bugs like the ones a moment. Oh my god, okay. Okay. Okay, I can't go there. Gotta go here. Okay. Prepared? I'm prepared. Come at me, come at me, come at me. Come at me, come at me. Come at me, come on, come on. I dare you, I dare you. Come at me, I dare you, come on. Come at me. Okay. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. I hear you. I hear you. Come at me, come at me, come on. Come on. on, come on. I saw you. I saw you. Come here, come here. Ah! Ah! My other bullet. Oh my god. Okay. Nice. Nice run. Nice. Okay. I'm almost dead, but that's okay. I didn't die. That's what matters. Alright. Good job. Anything else here that I need to grab? No? Nothing? Nothing? Nothing here? What's this? This is where I came from, right? Is it the middle? Nothing? Alright. Alright, looking good! Kill him, trying to kill him. Oh my god, that go become genocidal. No. Come here, come here. I hear you. Come here! Come here, come here. You're dead, you're dead, you're dead, you're dead, you're dead. Nice, nice, okay, nice, nice job! Oh my god! Amazing! Oh my god. Okay. Alright! Easy! Oh my god! I'm so good! Oh my god! Okay. Oh my god, I'm doing so good. Come at me! Ah! Oh, the bullets. Oh my god, it's choking me! What the hell happened? What the hell happened? What the hell happened? What the... Oh my god! This gun is great! This gun is so good! Oh my god! I love this gun. I love this gun so much. Oh my god. I love it. Anything here? Anything here? Oh my god! Yes, I'll take the battery pack. Oh my god! Stop! Get it, Joe! Is it dead? Is it dead? Is it dead? Nice. Good job. Amazing. Can you just run at this point? Yeah, but I love the taste of blood. I love the taste of blood. Ah! Sorry. It feels good. It feels good. Who are you? Come at me! Oh my god! True, but wasting ammo? Oh, you're right. You're right. You're right. But look at that! Oh my god. Damn, he managed to hit me? It's okay. It's good. It's good. Okay. The lab self-defense is used. Okay. How do I do this though? Oh, right here. There's no power to the main elevator. Start it up. A person needs some kind of fuel to get started. Fuel? Fuel? Hey, what's this? Am I able to go here? Okay, I need fuel. Fuel. Yeah, but the goat is happy. Okay. Don't come at me, don't come at me, don't come at me, please. Okay. Can I? Okay. How do I turn on the fuel? Is it this room? Oh, was it the room before? Oh my God. The other room, okay. So, how do I turn it on though? How do I turn it on? Oh wait, over here? Okay, I'm going to circle. Circle. Huh? Oh, over here? Be some kind of furnace. Okay. Okay. There's no fuel. It's an empty capsule. Yes. Where do I get fuel? How do I get fuel? Is it oh wait, I'm dumb. It's just oil, right? Like lighter fuel for my lighter, right? So I gotta go all the way back. Am I going the right way? Hey, did I go in here? Where's the big door? Okay. Alright, alright. Oh my god. This is great. This is great. This feels amazing, guys. Oh my god. Right. Here we go. What's over here? This side? Oh my god. Jill, please. No? Does it not use kerosene? Huh. What kind of fuel though? Wrong kind of fuel? Wrong kind of fuel? Wait, what kind of? Do you remember where the first disc was? Yeah, I remember. Okay. Over here? Okay. This room. Right? Right? View the film. Fuel. um Go down the stairs. Down the stairs. Down the stairs. At the door of the 3 lights. 3 lights. 3 lights. 3 lights. 3 lights. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Huh, since I'm here, I might as well like do the switches, the levers, right? Hold on. Let me do this. Okay. Alright, alright. And then I could open that. Wait, what? The door, the 3 lights will let you explore more on your own, but it's a little late. Okay. Then I can open this, right? Yeah, I appreciate you guys being here, okay? I appreciate you guys. You guys been here for like 7 hours now, almost. You guys are crazy insane. Okay. It's not there, but you should go there anyways? Okay. I should go here anyways. Electricity?
Jill?
Chris! You're alive!
Of course I'm alive. Jill, there's something big going down, and I don't think we're part of the equation.
I have to get you out of here.
Wait, okay. If you play Chris, then
Wait, I'll be
would it
back
be
to get you
Jill
out.
in there?
Okay.
Or
no
or
sightseeing, though.
Like they switch places? Maybe. Maybe. Okay. Okay. Maybe. Okay. Okay. Is then go to the door on the left. This? This door? This door on my left? It's optional to save him? What? Is it actually? Hey, can I... Oh. Open it. Wait, I want to save Chris though. Running can result in a fatal explosion. Oh, so I should not run? Just walk? Okay, okay. No running. No running. Okay. Yeah, but it's Chris, we need to save him. Okay. Okay, I'm walking. I'm walking. You can run for a few seconds. Are you lying to me? Are you lying to me? Are you lying? I low-key don't trust you. I don't trust, guys. I'm walking. Maybe, but no. I'm walking. I'm walking. Okay. Okay, you went here, right? Nope, it's true, but do you know when to stop running? No. No. Be safe. I'm playing it safe, okay? I'm playing it safe, okay? No running. It's not like it's 100 quarters different. I'm not running! I'm not running! I don't trust you. You know? I'm not trying to start all over again. Okay. Okay. There you go. See, I'm already here. I can put it here. What? Okay. Here we go. See, now I'm running. Okay, now we could go here. Here. Oh, no kaboom! No kaboom! And then go here. Oh, not here. Here? Did I go in a circle? What? Here? Oh, the big door. Okay. Big door. It's so confusing. Oh god. Alright. It goes in the last room, I remember. Oh, I had it mixed up. Okay. And then... yeah, I should be able to kaboom it. Now. Oh my god. That was loud. Okay. How about this? Can I do this now? Okay. I did everything here. Yeah. I can leave. We have an elevator now? Yeah, we do! We have an elevator now. Okay. Don't I have to save Chris first? Or no? I would say save first before you blow up the place. You're right. You're so right. Okay. I need to go save. Let me go save. Alright. This is where I came from. This room right here. Save Chris before. Oh! I read it wrong! Tell me why I read it as like F-I-R-T. Save Chris first. Yeah. We'll totally save him first. Put this here. Okay. First aid. Hi Shen. Oh my god, is that Fate? Welcome in, Fate. Oh my god, you're up super late. Oh my god, how are you, Fate? How was your day? How's your night? Yes, this is the ink ribbon. Oh my god. Alright. Oh my god, I'm popping off. It's how's it? It's doing its. Alright. Do I have any more shotgun shells? I don't. But I have grenade shells. Okay. Now I'll take my grenade with me. Yes, sir. Okay. Anything else? Nothing. Combine. Equip. Okay. Is grit? It's girl. It's a girl. All right. Okay, elevator on. Okay, the elevator's working.
Jill,
Barry,
you could have at least waited up for me, you know?
let's go.
Oh my god. Grits? Chaos? Hello, Fate? Hello there, General Shinobi. Are we gonna save Chris? Barry? Okay. Is there anything here? No? I'm not missing anything here, right? No? No, 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 no. Okay. Okay. Oh my god, dramatic moment! Okay, 20 minutes to finish? Okay. Weskers?
Wesker!
Thank you, Barry.
Well, what do you know?
Oh, don't blame Barry for everything. I hear that his better half and 2 lovely daughters will be in danger if he doesn't do everything I tell him to.
Wait, it was Weskers! I knew it! I knew it! The guys was too good looking to be good.
Well, you shouldn't worry too much, dear.
You can't be
You'll be free
both
of all
good
this
looking
anyway.
and good, you know?
Why eliminate stars?
That's too good
Believe it or
in
not,
one name.
that's Umbrella's intention.
You can't be double good.
You're just a slave of Umbrella.
Oh my god.
Smart girl. But I think you misunderstand. The things you mention are nothing.
Oh my god,
I'll burn all
Weskers.
of them along with this entire laboratory.
See, Barry
Barry,
isn't
go
the
up on the
bad guy
ground and
here.
wait
He has
there.
a family to think about. Oh.
Barry.
You gotta love Barry. He must really be afraid of Umbrella.
You and Umbrella
Under
took his
my
family.
umbrella.
Bastard.
Oh.
Umbrella? Well, I used some carrots and sticks to cow him, but it had nothing to do with Umbrella.
Just kick him in the nuts.
I just
kick
used
him in the
Barry
nuts.
for my personal interests. Though both you and Barry seem to think I was following Umbrella's orders.
What? What are you planning?
I guess it's time for show and tell.
Show and tell. Oh, I hate show and tell. Can you do like a presentation, like animated film or something? Hey yo, what is this? Oh my
It's
god!
magnificent.
For the sake of this thing.
Oh my
You know, I
god!
hate goodbyes.
Tyrant? Wow, Barry.
Barry!
Forgive me.
No,
Fuck
you're
you,
not to
Barry.
blame.
F
It's
you.
Umbrella and Wesker.
Even if it meant my family, I couldn't bear turning my back on my friends again. Shit!
Damn! I know, boss battle! Oh my god. Isn't this the guy from DPD? Or is it not? Hold on.
Damn it!
Jill
Yes,
and Barry
Chef?
together. In hell.
Fuck you, fuck you. Fuck you, Weskers.
You want a piece of me?
Look at the ass! Oh my god, look at the ass! Oh my god! Not DVDs, Nemesis? Nemesis, are you... Oh! 3! Okay, okay. Anyways.
No, Barry!
Barry!
You viral cultured freak.
Barry's never Any help? Oh my god. Oh my god. Ah! Fuck. Run! Should run. I'm trapped! Ah! No, I'm dead. I'm dead. Oh my goodness. Wait, I need more healing. Wait, I need all my heals. Yeah, nobody told me it was gonna be a boss battle, guys. I could have been prepared. Oh my goodness. Okay, 31. Oh my gosh. Alright. Go here. Grenade launcher. Put this away. Where's my ammo? Here. Do the regular ones. Combine. Oh. Okay. I put this shotgun away. I don't need you. Okay. Blue herb, green herb. Green herb. Is that all my heals? I have another green one here. Alright. Combine. Hold on, let me save one more time so I don't have to do all of this. You know? Okay. Oh my gosh. Hi Shen, hello Fate. Sorry girl, we help you. We don't give you spoilers. Okay. You just need to kill him. Go for Chris, then get out of there. Come on, you're about to finish the game. Okay. I got it. Okay, I got it. You can do it. Thank you. Shit. I'm drawing right now. What you drawing? Fate? Are you doing your doodles again? Okay, let me equip this. Oh, wrong way. This way. Alright. Oh, wait. I have to go closer? Okay. Whew. Okay. Whew. I'm doing chaos things. Oh, I'm drawing for chaos. Oh, nice. Awesome sauce.
I could have at least waited up for you, you know?
Let's go.
Okay. Spilled berry. I'm actually laying down right now. I'm in VC by the way, Mr. Chaos. I was gonna get sleep when Shen finishes. Yeah.
Thank you, Barry.
I've been on this
what do you
for
know?
so long now.
Oh, don't blame Barry for everything. I hear that his better half and 2 lovely daughters will be in danger if he doesn't do everything I tell him to.
His eyes are so close to each other.
Wesker,
Very.
you're pathetic.
Well, you shouldn't worry too much, dear. You'll be free of all this anyway.
Why eliminate stars?
Believe it or not, that's Umbrella's intention.
You're just a slave of Umbrella.
Smart girl. But I think you misunderstand me. The things you mention are nothing. I'll burn all of them along with this entire laboratory.
I only sleep 2 hours before I what?
Barry, go up on the ground and wait
No! 2 hours? You should sleep
there. You
like...
gotta love Barry.
She get
You
more
must really be
sleep.
afraid of
This is
Umbrella.
terrible.
You
Am
and
I
Umbrella
bad
took his
influence?
family.
Umbrella.
Oh no.
Well, I used some carrots and sticks to cow
Fair?
him,
I
but
don't
it
have
had
to wake
nothing
up
to do
until
with
1
Umbrella.
p.m. my time. Oh
I just
god.
used Barry for my personal interests.
Oh god.
Though both you and Barry seem to think I was following Umbrella's orders.
What?
Oh no, I'm
What are you
destroying
planning?
people's sleep.
I guess it's time for show and tell.
I don't know what you're talking about, shit. I don't speak English. Okay, okay. By the way, Shen, can you skip? I tried. It doesn't give me an option. Like I was pressing like every single button. It wouldn't let me.
It's magnificent.
Oh!
For
Okay,
the
I
sake
didn't
of
press
this
escape.
thing.
You know, I hate goodbyes.
Okay, I was pressing QWERTY, you know, that entire thing. I
Barry.
even clicked tab, escape, shift,
Forgive
control.
me.
No, you're not to blame. It's Umbrella and Wesker.
Whoops.
Even if it meant my family, I couldn't bear turning my back on my friends again.
Shit!
Shit. Oh, he doesn't have a dong. Shen is a little bit for older game. Yeah, I see that. I see that. What about F4? I do not have F4 on my keyboard.
Damn it!
See, that's the problem. You know?
Jill and Barry together. In hell.
Jill and Barry together. And hell, look at that
Want
butt!
a piece of me?
Look at that butt! Look at that butt! What about Alt to F4? Hey,
Premature.
hey, I know what that does. Huh? You think I'm new to the game? You think I'm new to gaming, huh? I know what Alt to F4 is. Hmm? You can't trick me.
You viral cultured freak.
Oh god. Run, Jill, run! Run, Jill, run! Run, Jill, run! Oh my god. Jill, run, run. Please, please, please. Daddy long legs, please! Is he dead? Is he dead? Goodbye. Okay. Is he dead? Is he dead? Like, actually?
Barry! Barry!
Okay.
You're okay.
Jill, sorry. That was careless of
And
me.
Barry?
Wesker,
Is Barry affected?
first, let's just get out of here.
You try cry? I did. Not everybody knows what that does though, just saying. Yeah, maybe you should try it. Okay. Anything here? Okay, the lock has been released. Anything here? Experimental data. Okay. Anything? Okay, now I just gotta go get Chris, right? Okay. Chris and then leave out the door. Okay. Oh my god.
System has been activated. All personnel must evacuate immediately. Deactivating.
Oh yeah,
must
on the
have set it
emergency, the
Let's hurry.
elevator locks. Huh. No monsters, right? No monsters? Oh god. Go down. Did I go the right way? I didn't. Oh, I went the wrong way. Did I go the wrong way? Not gonna lie, I don't remember where Chris was at. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, I was here. Chris. Over here. Is he not in this room? He is in this room. Okay. Wasn't there the door with the 3 lights? Oh, it was! Wait, it was. Wait, you're so right. Okay. It was. Okay. You're right. You're right. Okay. Oh my god, the alarm is like making me panic a little bit. Oh my god. Run! Jump! Run! Okay.
The self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel must evacuate immediately. Deactivating and releasing.
Nice, Jill, nice. Over here. It said that if you didn't have the disc, you can save him. Oh my god, you're right! Yeah, one of the discs I found from inside the... What is it? Inside the mansion.
Jill.
Sorry about the wait.
So everything's taken care of?
Well, almost. Now let's get the hell out of here.
Alright, yep, and Barry left us. FYI. Just letting you know, he like ran ahead and like, you know, abandoned us. Wait, can he die? He won't die, right? God. In the gem room where you put them eyes in the tiger and turns around? Yeah. Wait. Okay.
Come on, let's go.
Oh wow, he left me too? What a B word! What a B word! Yeah, he blows up the place and you don't save him? Oh, sad. Womp womp, Chris. Womp womp. A berry? Berry. Yeah, a berry. Very... I don't know. Wait, what happens if I don't trust Barry though? Like, does he like... Like, is it just for achievement? Okay. Can I save it? I'm gonna save it. Might as well lose it. I don't wanna come back.
System has been activated. All personnel must evacuate immediately. Deactivating and releasing all locks.
Yes. I don't really... No, actually, there's no berry and I don't think it doesn't help you. I don't remember well, but there are many ways to finish the game with one or without the other. Oh, okay. Okay.
Come on, hurry!
Okay, go here. Oh my god, so many healing items? Heck yeah, I'll take it. What's this? Is it shotgun? No, I don't need it. I don't really have a shotgun on me.
System has been activated.
I'll take the healing.
All personnel must evacuate immediately.
Yes.
Deactivating and releasing all logs. Self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel must
Green herb, that's it!
deactivating and releasing all logs.
Oh my god, you're going to get the cannon ending? The real one? It's time for the final boss?
Has been activated.
Final boss?
All personnel must evacuate.
The final boss? What do you mean final boss?
This is Brad. I'm running out of fuel. If there's anyone alive, contact me now or just give me a sign.
You don't need ink anymore?
Hey, this is your last chance.
Okay. Should I put it back? Hold on. Sorry guys, let me go back really quick. Let me go back really quick and put some stuff away. Where did I go? I came from here, right? Fuck. I can't go back. Can I? You know, fuck it, we ball. Fuck it, we ball. It's okay, we ball. Fuck it, we ball. Let's go.
Self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel must evacuate.
Okay. I know everything's about to go to shit, but give a moment. Hey, where did I go? Over here?
Self-destruct system has been
Better get the power back.
All personnel must evacuate immediately.
Fuse unit is missing. Fuse unit is missing.
And releasing all logs.
Where the F do I go then?
Self-destruct system has been
Oh, so here. What the hell?
All personnel must evacuate immediately.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
All logs.
You should take the fuse unit? Yes.
Has been activated. All personnel must evacuate immediately. Deactivating and releasing all logs.
Okay. I can't believe I didn't see it on the ground.
Damn it! We're almost there! Jill, you just get in contact with Brad.
No!
We can make it. Jill, ladies first.
Hey, yo, he's trying to
Would
rip
you let
me up
have
right
my
now?
moments too?
All right. We'll rendezvous at the heliport.
Chris? Right now? The audacity, oh my god. Oh my god. Jeez. Okay. Brad? I don't think I've met Brad. I don't even know who Brad is until now. Oh, what the heck is this? Yes? Can I open it? Okay. Brad is the pilot. Oh, okay, okay. How do I... do I just snooze it anywhere? It's a tyrant, huh?
Jill!
You made it.
Okay. God damn it, Chris! Get out of the way, Barry! Okay. Quit. Is Barry gonna die? He won't die, right? He's the main character. He can't die. Okay. Ah! God. He just fucking... Oh my god, he
Jill,
just...
use it! Kill it, whatever it is!
Ah! Pick it up! Please! Let me grab it! Come on, come on, get Barry, get Barry, get Barry's ass! Get his ass, get his ass, yeah. Barry's the masturbator, guys! Oh my god. Oh! There we go! Oh my goodness. Damn, friendly fire. I didn't hit him. You guys saw that? I didn't shoot Barry. I shot the tyrant, okay? Dark masturbator. Oh my goodness. Woohoo! Woohoo! Oh my god! Are they together? Like, is it canon? Those two? Like they're like, you know? Yeah? Oh my god, it's done! Wow! Wow! It only took me so long! Oh my god. By the way, you had let Barry died at the Lisa fight. You would skip this fight? Really? What? Oh my god. No, I don't believe so. Oh, I see. I see. So they're not together. Okay. Thank God. Yes, they are supposed to save each other. So good for you for getting the best ending. Wow. Wow, good speedrun. Thank you, Meteor. Thank you. Oh my god. Wow. You know, it feels good. It feels great. It feels so good. It actually feels satisfying. How long did it take you to play through this shit? Last time I checked, I had like 23 hours or something. Now you gotta add the 7 hours that I did today. So like 30 hours? Almost 30? Yeah. Damn. At the end it gives... Oh really? Wait, can I skip all of this?
Jill, you did a fine job.
Oh wait, I only did 15 hours? Actually, good job. Holy shit. Actually, good job. Wait, how come on Steam? On Steam, it said 20 hours. Am I tripping? Wait, this is actually pretty good. Actually, pretty good. Oh my god, ammo news 450 exactly. Creatures dispatched 101. Ink ribbon news 33. Health item news 47. Oh my god. You died all earlier in the game? Oh. Oh, I see. I see. Oh, no, I mean like how many months did it take you? 6 months? No, it took me like 2 months, I think. 2-3 months? Well, that's because I played it like once every... Okay. I like to say 4 weeks. Almost 2 months. But then like some in between those weeks I play like different games though. Yeah. Pretty good. Good run. And I got a good ending too. Wowzers. This is great. Like actually great. I got the closet key. Oh my god. Oh my god. Save? I could save? Seriously. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is amazing. Oh, it's locked? Why is it locked? Is it because I didn't get that cutscene for this? Ending? Jill 1. Oh, it's a different endings. Also, this is all Chris, right? Like Chris endings. And this is all Jill endings. Oh, no wonder people love this game. Oh my god, the different endings. Right? It's different outfits. Oh my god. Amazing. Amazing. Amazing, guys. Amazing. Oh my god. Amazing. Actually, amazing. Oh my god. You know, it is time for me to go to sleep too. This is great. Oh, ignore that. Yeah, I did die a lot in the earlier games. Alright. Alright. Should I raid someone? Alright. Yup, it is 4 AM. Alright, 4 AM guys. And you know, my plan for today was to finish this game tonight and do a 7-hour stream. And I thought, you know, I was gonna finish it a lot earlier and play Valorant to reach 7 hours, but you know, we made it in time. We finished Resident Evil 1 in 7 hours. Well, technically like 20 something hours, but like, yeah. Oh my god, this is amazing. Tia is the one. Oh, is she? Really? I'll just rate Tia. Oh my god. Alright, alright. Alright. Thank you everyone for coming. Thank you everyone for joining. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the bits. Thank you for the subs. Thank you everyone for coming by. Thank you for everyone for sticking on with me for the longest time. And thank you Javier. Thank you so much. Thank you Chaos. Thank you everyone. Oh, I don't know what to say. There's a good. I'll probably my next solo stream, probably Resident Evil 2. We will see. We will see. Alright. Thank you everyone for coming by. Yes. I don't know what to say. Anyways, see you guys later. Pause.